Good morning, everyone. We will begin our discussion today on agenda item C1. We're continuing on. We've received one presentation and we'll now be taking up our FMAC report. We do have a couple members participating remotely, so they have permissions and we will be able to see them on screen if they have comments or questions. So thank you, Ms. Cleaver.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, I'm Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm here to provide the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee report from our recent meeting. We had a few different things on our agenda at this meeting. The main purpose was for the committee to receive the 2023 Observer Annual Report, as you all did yesterday, and to receive a bunch of additional monitoring related updates from National Marine Fisheries Service and other committee members. I'll provide a high-level overview of the committee's recommendations on the annual report and discussion and recommendations on some of the other items, and there are further details in the written report that's attached to your e-agenda. So before I dig into this recommendation slide, there were a few things that the committee highlighted their appreciation for from NMFS this year. The first was for NMFS addressing some of the topics that the committee had requested last year to be included in the report. They were responsive to those, so the committee wanted to note that. The committee also appreciated being able to see multiple years of information where it was possible to do so in order to compare across years, particularly for some of the issues that the committee has been attempting to address or is trying to address, such as the potential bias that's introduced through trip cancellations, which you heard about yesterday. The committee also appreciated the measures that the agency has taken to help ensure a safe working environment for observers, and appreciates that NMFS continue to bring those updates to the committee and the council. So first on this slide, as far as deployment design, the committee supported continuing the proximity allocation method that NMFS described yesterday, and the strata that are continuing to use those in 2020, the ones that are used in 2024 for the 2025 ADP. However, the committee did request that NMFS further describe how that proximity allocation used for this fishing year addresses prior FMAC and council recommendations to explore the revised hurdle in the 2025 ADP, and I believe that that Ms. Ferdinand and Mr. Mayhew spoke to that a little bit yesterday. As far as the observer deploy and declare and deploy system, forget which way it goes, the FMAC supported the NMFS recommendation to work with the PCFMAC to develop an odds trip cancellation policy for the 2025 ADP that wouldn't significantly impede industry, affords the observer providers adequate time to deploy an observer, and that reduces impacts to coverage rates and non-random monitoring. The committee also had significant discussion about the timeliness of EM video review, as about 2/3 of the data were reviewed by the time the annual report was written. And some committee members brought up to the discussion what the utility of the data review remaining from the previous year was, in contrast to trying to direct resources to focus on reviewing more current video from this year. And a representative from PAC states noted that reviewers at the commission are planning to review 2024 fixed gear video first to keep up with the current year. And she also mentioned that they're hiring additional reviewers, so video review time and the resulting data from that should become timelier, and I'm sure we'll continue to get updates on that. The committee supported the NMFS recommendations on pages 119 to 120 of the annual report on EM video review, and supported the efforts of PAC states to build capacity by increasing the number of reviewers. And the committee reiterated its support for the idea that came out of the PCFMAC meeting several months prior to subcontract video reviewers during surge times when there's a lot of data coming in. The committee supported the NIMS recommendations on fixed gear EM and reiterated that vessels can opt out of EM on an annual basis. And the committee encouraged industry representatives to continue to remind their associations that they can opt in by November 1st of each year. And that would also be the time to opt out if that's applicable. The committee highlighted a lot of the improvements in fixed gear EM video image quality. There are fewer issues that are being reported by the video reviewers, and the amount of usable video has increased over the past 3 years. And so that really reflects the effectiveness of outreach from NIMS and PAC states and the feedback occurring with the vessels that are using EM. The committee supported NIMS recommendations on actions needed to incorporate pelagic trawl EM into odds under the regulated program starting in 2025. And the committee supported NIMS recommendations to continue collaboration with industry and the monitoring committees on EM development and cost efficiency project. And the committee really appreciated the work that NIMS has put into working on EM projects that have been proposed by the industry over the past several years. Moving into the budget update that we received from NIMS. So Ms. Ferdinand provided the committee an update on the 2023 observer fees and the anticipated budget for 2024. And as of the FMAC meeting, due to the Department of Commerce's transition to a new financial system, NIMS had not yet received funds from the cost recovery, nor from the 2023 observer fees. And NIMS had also not received the sequestered observer fee funding from 2022 or from 2023. And essentially, as a reminder, each year a percentage of the industry's fees paid for monitoring in the North Pacific here is held in that fund, and NIMS tracks those funds and typically receives the previous year's sequestered fund. But this year they hadn't, and the committee recommended that the council write a letter to request that the agency receives those sequestered funds from 2022 and 2023, and to address the possibility of preventing sequestration of funds in the future. And I know the council has written letters similar to this in the past. The committee discussed the feasibility of trying to have more observer debriefings conducted remotely. And the idea there is that those would be less expensive than requiring observers to stay in Anchorage or in Seattle for debriefing with NIMS, and that would allow observers to be home sooner. NIMS indicated that they have used remote debriefing and obviously used that during COVID and uses it to some limited extent now, but it's been found to be less effective in terms of data quality and takes more time than in-person debriefing. And so there was a discussion about the balances there, and the committee acknowledged that need to balance the data quality, cost efficiency, and the potential influence of remote debriefing on observer morale, and encourage observer providers and NIMS to try to continue to explore ways to balance these considerations. So after that discussion, the FMAC recommended NIMS consider expanding the rules on remote observer debriefing as an option. And the committee encouraged further communication between NIMS with the committee and with observers on some of the reasons and criteria for when remote debriefing could occur. We heard that it's not clear to observers the reasons why some of them would do remote debriefing and why others wouldn't. So the committee is ultimately interested in trying to revisit that topic at a future meeting. We had several other NIMS updates. First, the committee had an opportunity to discuss the proposed rule to update the confidentiality requirements of the MSA, which the council has discussed previously. And obviously that comment period on the proposed rule closed in late April, and the agency is in the process of responding to those comments. And the council, as well as industry groups, NGOs, and interested members of the public commented on the rule. So if you haven't reviewed those comments, you can read those all at the link that's included in the written report. The FMAC appreciated the council's letter and highlighted the importance of this issue as it relates to the continued use of the e-landing system and NIMS' ability to be able to share data with Fish and Game, IPHC. And the committee actually discussed trying to have an evening session here at the June meeting on this issue because of how important it is. And while that couldn't occur for a variety of reasons, the committee still really encouraged user groups to try to continue spreading the word about this issue, and decided that the FMAC could discuss this issue in the fall when it has its meeting. And that way, on that timeline, the agency would hopefully be able to provide some more feedback after the review of public comments has occurred, and they could provide more information to the committee on specific implications of that rule. Ms. Ferdinand provided an update on two pending Supreme Court cases that are very relevant to fisheries monitoring. And those cases address whether NIMS can require industry to pay for at-sea monitoring programs, and the outcomes of those cases could impact NIMS' ability to require vessels to pay for observers under the full coverage program. They could also have more far-reaching consequences for government agencies. And I believe we're supposed to hear about the results of those court cases this month. It's not expected that these cases would impact fees that are collected under the partial coverage program, because that's explicitly authorized by Congress in the MSA. And so I expect that we'll be hearing further updates on that soon. NIMS also noted a few changes to data collections, such as improved information on pot gear. So in January, observers started taking measurements of escape rings and the types of pots being used, which is, as you'll hear in a later agenda item, a really important data collection that will hopefully be valuable information for the sablefish fishery particularly. There's also a special research project using photos to determine if sunflower sea stars are being encountered in observed fisheries. So that was one of the other things that we heard about. The committee also received, the chairs tried to provide some time on the agenda for the committee members to provide the committee with any updates that they have on NIFWIF funded projects or other industry-led projects or anything else that they thought was important to bring to the committee. So all of those are listed in the report. And the committee specifically expressed support to the agency for trying to find funding for the FVOA proposal to test changes in the observer service delivery model that you've all heard about in prior reports. And that would be moving outside of the federal contract. And the FMAC appreciated the work to date on that proposal, as it's been going on for a while now. Sarah Williamson provided the committee with a recommendation. So she's the committee's observer representative, and she provided the committee with a recommendation to have 3 observers on the FMAC. Or on the fishery monitoring advisory committees. And she really emphasized the need for an observer on the partial coverage fleet, or so essentially on the PCFMAC, and described the importance of hearing from observers who are active on the water, and to try to gain further representation from each observer provider company, as there are differences across those companies. And Ms. Williamson proposed an idea to consider allowing observers to nominate their own representatives for the sector, and allowing alternates for those seats for committee meetings. So there was some discussion around this, and the committee discussed how to achieve a balance of representation on those monitoring committees and some of the benefits and disadvantages of being able to use alternates. Above all, that discussion really highlighted the need to increase observer awareness about the council process and involvement in the council process. And the committee also acknowledged that the council could increase observer awareness about applying for seats on the advisory panel, as that I don't think that's clear to a lot of observers that that would be an option. There are several written comments about this posted to the council's e-agenda. And as this was Ms. Williamson's last committee meeting, the FMAC thanked her for her contributions to the committee to provide effective representation for observers within the process. So the next monitoring committee meetings are typically scheduled in September. The FMAC suggested a one-day meeting to review the observer availability discussion paper, since that got postponed from this agenda, and also to review the NIFWF EM proposals. So that meeting could be scheduled in conjunction with the September PCFMAC meeting that we typically have to review and make recommendations on the draft 2025 ADP. Lastly, as the committee is losing 2 members, the council may want to solicit a call for nominations for those representatives or for who they represent. And we appreciate the participation of both Sarah Williamson and Caitlin Yeager in the fishery monitoring committees. So with that, that's the report, and I'll take any questions.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I apologize, I didn't catch it when you had the slide on the screen regarding remote debriefings. I needed to go back and look at the committee minutes. I didn't see it in there. I'm assuming that has to do with the delay between when observers have gotten off their vessels and are ready to go to debriefing and when they actually debrief. And that's been an issue for several years with that time lag. Did the committee receive information, or maybe Ms. Ferdinand's still here, she can help us understand if that delay is getting any better or any worse over time?
Through the chair, I'll have Ms. Ferdinand come up and expand on that a little.
Yeah, thank you for that question through the chair. So we have changed our debriefing protocols, and so their delay is less. It's a little hard to compare right now to most recent years because we had been using fully remote debriefing, obviously during the COVID years. The issue is that remote debriefing, although potentially better for the observer, the reason it's better for the observer is it shifts the entire workload onto the staff member. And I have far fewer staff than we have observers. So it actually does take longer, much longer to finalize the data if we're doing a remote debriefing than if we're doing an in-person debriefing. So we have very specific protocols as to which observers, based on their data set and past performance and what assignments they're coming off of, whether or not they are eligible for a remote debriefing or not. And it sounds to me I was not at this part of the FMAC meeting, but it sounds to me like that those criteria are not being communicated. We sent those criteria to the observer provider companies, but it sounds as if the observers are not getting the message. So we can change that.
Thank you. That's helpful. And so just to kind of close the loop a little bit for me, what is the average wait time that observers have now to wait to start their debriefings?
Right, through the chair. I don't have, my recollection is it's about 3 days. It obviously is variable when they come back. Yeah.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver, for your report. I may have missed it, but you talked about the sequestered funds. How much funding are we talking about held up in that sequestered account?
through the chair. So as far as just the sequestered funds, so Ms. Ferdinand says it might be just over 300,000. Right now, it might be in our the PowerPoint that they provided to us. I don't see the number in our report, I don't think, but that's what I'm hearing.
Sounds as though it's a substantial
Yes.
amount of money. Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And since Ms. Ferdinand's at the table, I wondered, one of the things that wasn't really called out in your presentation, but is in the FMAC report is about the budget update and having about $670,000 less than we did from 2023 is what's projected for next year due to lower value across all fisheries. So will we have, that's the preliminary estimate. When will we have a good sense of that and any potential federal funding if there is some? Would that come to us in October? Would we have a better sense of that budget, or would it be after that?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, we should have a better estimate of the recouped costs. So one of the issues is that we know what the fee would be because that's going to be based on the 2023 landings. So we have a good projection of that. We know that there's been a few non-payments, then that's causing some issues there too of the fee. So we'll have a good sense of what the budget looks like in October, although I'll note there's going to most likely be less certainty in the draft ADP than there usually is for the budget because simultaneously we are doing the recompete of the partial coverage observer contract. That's supposed to be awarded in August. The draft is out, but we don't have any bids yet. And that timeline has slipped significantly because of the transition of the financial system. So I'm not confident that we're going to have really good pricing information for the draft ADP in October.
And then, thank you, Madam Chair. On the Supreme Court cases that are, really directly around whether NIMS can require industry to pay for at-sea monitoring, and maybe this is to Mr. Fortenberry too, do we have a plan? We have more full coverage days than anywhere in the nation. I'm wondering if we have a plan for if that court case results in our kind of inability without explicit authority under Magnuson to do something like that. Or are we just kind of crossing our fingers, seeing what comes out of June, knowing our partial coverage will be okay, but the majority of our fisheries are in full coverage?
Through the chair, thanks. There isn't a region by region plan because it's going to impact every observer program slightly differently, although these two cases are very specific to the herring fishery in the Northeast. And I think the expectation from the agency is that we would have to have challenges to each individual program in order to make these wholesale changes. Or rather, we wouldn't be making wholesale changes. We'd wait for individual challenges to the programs.
Thanks. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Another thing I'll just add, I agree with all that. But also, so the Supreme Court itself is considering a very discrete legal issue, which is the agency's authority to interpret language that's not in a statute, basically, to fill gaps. So whatever the Supreme Court decision is, it's going to send that legal principle back to the lower courts to then apply it to the decision that was made on that particular rulemaking. So they're eventually going to decide on the district court is going to have to decide on the basis of the facts in front of it, whether NIMS acted appropriately in light of whatever new rule comes out of the Supreme Court. So it's not for sure that even the Supreme Court decision would eliminate the fees, ability to collect fees. And then, like Ms. Ferdinand said, we'd have to determine how that decision applies to how our record works in the North Pacific.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much for the report. So I think we're ready for our SSC report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Sherry Dressel. I am the co-chair, one of the co-chairs for the SSC. And with me is Franz Muter, who is the other co-chair. So the June agenda item for the SSC was a little bit unusual in that the SSC is or was tasked with reviewing the NIMS recommendation for the 2025 ADP. But due to time limitations, we actually didn't do a full review or a review of the 2024 ADP. And we don't have a full year of data to analyze the 2024 ADP anyway. So, but with that in mind, the SSC found the NIMS recommendations to be reasonable. And then we had a couple of other points to go along with that. So one of the recommendations is that NIMS recommends continuing the proximity allocation method for the partial coverage strata, excluding the trial EM for 2025. The SSC supports continuing this allocation in 2025 so that data is collected in a similar way, and then there can be a full comprehensive evaluation in future observer reports. The SSC does also continues to support the objective of decreasing the variance of estimated catch and minimizing data gaps. The SSC also supports the NIMS recommendation to assess how delayed or missing fixed gear EM data impact the risk of exceeding the catch, PSC limits, or other thresholds. NIMS recommended continuing with the current sampling strategy in the trawl EM sector for PSC monitoring and biological samples. And the SSC requested an analysis of whether or not increasing EM changes the spatial coverage or species composition of the biological samples or the genetic stock composition monitoring, and whether samples adequately represent the catches. The SSC notes that there's continued evidence in the ADP, in the annual report of 2023 of an observer effect, and we encourage additional statistical analysis to better understand the resulting degree of bias. We do recognize that the observer program responded to our request, our previous request, and does have a table with statistics in the current document, and we were actually asking just to go a bit further. The SSC also requests tracking statistics, and what we meant by that is the number of samples, not analyzing the samples, but the number of samples of length and age structures, and to track that in the annual report. The SSC requests efforts to continue to try to resolve the current disconnect between the odds system and the e-landing system. The SSC also recommends to develop cost per day calculations for EM coverage, similar to those that were provided for observer coverage, in order to evaluate the operational trade-off with that of the data. The SSC also recommends, we were thinking actually partly of SSC time, and so we recommend that an occasional CIE review be convened to review the ADP and prioritize looking at novel methodology measures such as the proximity allocation. And finally, the SSC requests the opportunity to review future ADPs if there are substantial changes are proposed. And that's all that I have for the SSC report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dressel. Are there any questions on the SSC report? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. On the second slide, I believe, asking about, yes, sorry, the observer effect slide. Yeah. Was that one relevant to the resulting temporal bias that we see from cancellations, or was there something else that SSC picked up in the annual report on observer effect?
Yeah, I can take that through the chair, Ms. Kimball. There are some basic tables in the report comparing observed and unobserved trawls in terms of trips, in terms of the lengths of the drip and the species composition, and that's been reported for a number of years that there is some potential for bias, and I think we're just asking to take a closer look at that to assess, if possible, to assess that bias that might result from that. So they compare the catch composition and the duration and other characteristics of the observed and the unobserved sample trips.
Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your report. So a reminder to any members of the public wishing to sign up to testify on C1, please do so before the end of our next report, which will be our AP report. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Paul Wilkins, Advisory Panel Vice Chair. The AP did take action on this agenda item, and I will wait for Sarah to call it up. On agenda item C1, Observer Annual Report 2023, motion reads as follows. The AP supports the following recommendations from NIMS and or the FMAC for the 2025 Annual Deployment Plan, ADP. Deployment design. Number 1, note significant changes to the deployment design should be made for the 2025 ADP. A, continue the proximity allocation method, except for trawl EM, and current stratification based on monitoring method gear type, and that is observer fixed, observer trawl, EM fixed, EM trawl, zero coverage, less than 40-foot jig troll, and fishery management plan, BSAI, and Gulf of Alaska. Request that NIMS further describe how the proximity allocation method used in 2024 addresses prior FMAC and Council recommendations to explore a revised hurdle in the 2025 ADP. B, partial coverage trawl EM should maintain a 33% shoreside observer sampling rate. Under odds, number 1, begin work with the PC FMAC to support voluntary efforts by vessel trade associations and the observer provider to better understand the reasons behind trip cancellations and develop an odds trip cancellation policy for the 2025 ADP that meets the following objectives. A, affords the observer provider adequate time to deploy an observer. B, reduces impacts to coverage rates and non-random monitoring. C, will not significantly impede industry. Under the fixed gear EM, number 1, fixed gear EM selection pool is maintained at 177 vessels, but increased as funds are available up to 200 vessels. Placement in the EM pool should prioritize A, minimizing data gaps, B, cost efficiency, C, fishing effort, D, vessel size. Under trawl EM implementation, number 1, the following elements should be required under the regulated program. A, vessels would be required to opt in to the regulated program prior to November 1st, 2024, and would be required to have a NIMS approved vessel monitoring plan, VMP, in place prior to participating in trawl EM in 2025. B, vessels would need to transmit a landing notice to the shoreside processor through a NIMS approved system as detailed in their vessel monitoring plan prior to each trawl EM offload. C, EM hardware service providers would be required to have a NIMS approved permit prior to the start of the fishing season. Number 2, NIMS should continue to evaluate shoreside sampling priorities in order to balance observer workloads for both partial and full coverage sectors. Number 3, NIMS should request collaboration from the EM service providers and the trawl EM EFP permit holders to gain a better understanding of trawl EM costs, both for EM and shoreside observers, so the agency can appropriately budget for trial EM in the 2025 ADP. Number 4, if a vessel operator has repeated problems with EM system reliability or video quality, or has failed to comply with the requirements in their vessel monitoring plan, NIMS may disapprove a vessel monitoring plan, and the vessel may be removed from the EM pool. Under EM video review, the AP reiterates the significant discussion at the FMAC about the timeliness of EM video review and strongly feels that it is essential that a video review strategy be developed which results in timely EM data to inform management and stock assessment, along with providing feedback to vessel operators. The AP supports the recommendations in the annual report as follows. Number 1, NIMS should collaborate with Pacific States Marine Fish Commission to find a video review selection rate and review strategy that will result in EM video review times that result in the most useful information for the most number of trips for a given cost. Number 2, to maximize data utility, NIMS in collaboration with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission should develop specific prioritization rules that can be used to allocate review effort in the fisheries, gear types, times, and areas that are the most dependent on EM data. Number 3, to provide the public and data users confidence that catch estimates from fixed gear EM fleet are robust to delayed or missing information. NIMS recommends conducting an assessment of impacts of delayed or missing fixed gear EM data and risks to management and the stocks of not having these data available. For example, risk of exceeding TAC, NPFMC, or risk of premature or late fishery closures. This information should be included in the 2025 ADP for review by the Council and the AP and implemented in the 2025 fisheries. Under EM development, in addition to the implementation of trawl EM, NIMS should continue to collaborate with industry partners on EM development and cost efficiency projects. NIMS should work with the FMAC and PCFMAC to coordinate with National Fish and Wildlife grantees to plan for potential upcoming grant proposals. Under other issues, the AP recommends the Council write a letter to request that the agency receive sequestered funds from 2022 and 2023 and to address the possibility of preventing sequestration of funds in the future. Number 2, the AP recommends NIMS consider expanding the rules on remote observer debriefing as an option. Additionally, the committee encourages further communication from NIMS, both with the committee and observers, on the reasons and criteria for when remote debriefing can occur. This topic should be revisited at a future FMAC meeting. Number 3, the AP recommends the agency continue to try to find funding for the proposal to test changes to the observer service delivery model outside of the federal contract, and the AP notes appreciation for the work to date. And that motion passed 21-0. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions on the AP report? Yes, it looks like we have one online. Mr. Twite? Oh, sorry, that was our cursor hand. Working through technical difficulties. Okay. Thank you. So not seeing any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we have 2 members of the public signed up to testify. Both are scheduled remotely, beginning with Kirill Basarjan. Okay, Kirill is not online. We'll circle back to him after Daniel Munjua. And he's not online either. Okay. And Kirill still isn't online. Okay, I'd encourage those members to perhaps, is he now? Daniel is? Okay. Daniel, please unmute yourself. Kayla, does he have to press star? Does he have to? Excuse me?
Hello?
Yes. Good morning. Is this Daniel?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you. Please begin your testimony.
All right. Through the chair, my name is Daniel Munguia and I am an observer with Saltwater Inc. Having accrued 270C days in my career, I appreciate the opportunity to address the council today and bring forward some crucial points concerning the observer program and its future. Observers play a vital role in the sustainable management of our fisheries, providing indispensable data that informs the decisions made by this council. Despite the significant contributions we've made, there are persistent challenges that need to be addressed to ensure the program's effectiveness and welfare of those who dedicate their careers to it. Over the years, observers have endeavored to bring about positive change with the program, including the mentorship program. The initiative aims to support new observers, enhance data quality, and improve overall program efficiency. Unfortunately, despite our efforts, meaningful progress has been slow and many proposed implements have not been implemented. The lack of actions have been a source of frustration and has hampered our ability to perform our duties optimally. In the light of these challenges, Sarah Williamson, our observer representative, has proposed increasing observer representation at the Fisheries Monitoring Advisory Committee, FMAC, and the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Commission, PFMAC. Her proposal is to step in the right direction, advocating for a stronger voice for observers in the decision-making processes that directly impact our work and working conditions. I want to draw your attention to Sarah Williams' detailed proposal for mentorship programs. As outlined in her written comments, the mentorship program is designed to provide new observers with the guidance support they need to succeed. It aims to foster a more collaborative environment where experienced observers can share their knowledge and expertise, thereby improve data quality. Furthermore, I would like to share my testimony on the state of observing. While my experience as an observer has mainly been positive, the current working conditions present significant challenges and the demanding nature of the job, coupled with inadequate support and inefficient representation, makes it difficult for many to view observing as a viable long-term career. The conditions not only affect observer retention, but also the quality and reliability of the data we collect. To ensure the long-term success and sustainability of the observer program, we must address these issues. By supporting initiatives like the mentorship program and increasing observer representative at FMAC and PFMAC, we can create a more sustainable, supportive, and efficient environment for observers. In conclusion, I urge the council to give serious consideration to Sarah Williams' proposal and to concrete steps towards implementing the much needed challenges within the observer program. By doing so, we can enhance the quality of our fishery management and ensure the observers are well supported and valued their crucial contributions. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I wonder if you could just briefly highlight for the council what the mentorship program is. Is that a Science Center run program? Is that something run by providers? I don't know that we all have a sense of what that entails or who is in charge of it.
Of course, yeah. Our observer representative is currently unavailable to speak. She's currently out in the field. If you look into the comments, there should be a detailed the layout of what the mentorship program is, but it effectively is made to help observers out in the field and just to collaborate more with NOAA.
Thank you. Looks like we have another question for you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doing a sound check?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate it. I wanted to follow up on your recommendation for council's support of observer participation in the FMAC and our observer committees. And I think in general, my experience is the council does strongly support that. But what is the most important thing that we could do, in your opinion, to encourage that? We could really use some advice there.
Yes. So historically, the hardest thing about observers and getting observer representation is just getting a hold of observers, because we're always scattered all around the world, depending if we're on contract or off contract. Oftentimes we are on contract, like Sarah Williams, and so we're unable to communicate during like specific time frames. And it just so happens that I'm able to feel available during this meeting because I'm actually going on a boat in a couple of days. So overall, more Zoom meetings to make it as accessible as possible. And as Sarah was saying, maybe have observer representation from each provider in the council. I believe she wanted to have observers like have a seat on the council, but I am not entirely sure. You're more than welcome to contact Sarah Williamson for a more detailed answer, but this is as much as I can give you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you again for joining us this morning and for your testimony. Okay. Looks like we have Kirill Basarjan online. I think we're connecting him to audio. You need to unmute yourself, Kirill. Are you communicating with him, Sarah? Okay. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Okay, there we are. Apologize. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, good morning.
I apologize. Technology systems is technical difficulties. Good morning, Council. Thank you for taking the time to bear with me. I'm testifying on the C1 Observer Program reports this June 2024 council action memo. Council members, I'm speaking today as a representative of K-Bay Fisheries Association. I'm here to demand action. I'd like you guys to, I sent a couple videos. I think one has a timestamp and one doesn't. If you guys can play those before I give my testimony, it's only a few seconds long. If you guys can, that'll help clarify what I'm going to be testifying about. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem.
Are you asking us to open up your?
Yes, yes, please. If you guys can play those videos, they're not long. They're clips of about 15-20 seconds. It'll help you guys understand what I'm going to be giving the testimony about. If you guys can put up the volume there so the public can hear.
I can't turn the audio on from here, but we can watch the video. And I can attach, well, it is attached to your testimony, so we can play it at a later time with audio.
All right, sounds good. So I'm here to demand action. The lack of enforcement and accountability in our fisheries is a disgrace. Illegal fishing practices like trawler destruction of habitat are ravaging our marine ecosystem and stealing from our livelihoods. The habitat we're talking about is not just a collection of rocks and sand. It's a vibrant, thriving ecosystem that supports a vast area of sea life, from shrimp to crab, roe, and countless other organisms. This habitat is the foundation of our fisheries. When illegal fishing practices destroy this habitat, they're not just harming one species, they're devastating the entire ecosystem. But what's even more disturbing is that observer program, which is supposed to be the watchdog of our fisheries, is either bought out by the corporations or turning a blind eye. We have reason to believe that some observers may not be reporting violations or maybe falsifying reports. And even when we do report violations, there are no action reports or sources of trawl calls with thousands of pounds of illegal fish caught. This is a clear indication of a broken system where corporate interests are prioritized over sustainability and accountability. Small fishermen like our members are the ones who suffer when illegal fishing practices go unchecked. We're the ones who lose income, who struggle to make ends meet, who worry about the future of our fisheries. We demand that you take immediate action to hold vessels accountable for violations, implement effective monitoring and enforcement, prioritize sustainability over profits, investigate the observer program, ensure its independence and effectiveness. We want to know the concrete steps will you take to protect the habitat and ensure its sustainability? How will you ensure that observer reports are taken seriously and acted upon? What timeline will you commit to for implementing changes to the monitoring and enforcement program? We won't stand by while our fisheries are plundered. We expect concrete action, not more empty promises. The future of our livelihoods and the health of our oceans depend on it. I hope this clarifies I hope that video clarifies what the testimony is about. And this this action memo is the program reports kind of clarifies it, and it's perfect for this topic. So I'm hoping the council can have sympathy over our fish and livelihoods of small communities that thrive and rely on this source, and not just think about money or politics. Or this is not about politics. This is way beyond politics and investors. This is our livelihood and habitat. This is our ocean. This is Mother Nature trying to take care of us, which we are destroying. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Oh, it looks like we do have a hand up for you, Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, sound check.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Carol, I was trying to relate your testimony to the video we were watching. Could you explain what exactly we were looking at in that video?
That is one of the crew members in 2023 giving a actual video footage of what the trawlers are catching and what's being unreported on the observers reports. We couldn't find any observer reports of this date and of the catch of 15,000 pounds of crab when the trawler was trawling. And when the trawler caught the crab, he didn't move. They say they move, but we have evidence here that they don't. He dropped the net right there and he started trawling the same area. We have evidence of this. We have time-stamped videos. And observers are not reporting this. I mean, trawlers are saying that observers are reporting this, but we don't see nothing this in reports of observers. I mean, this is corruption. It's devastation. And if you listen to the video and see, you'll see, and it's a fishing vessel Vanguard for the public to understand.
Thank you.
And this is not the only trawl vessel. I mean, this is just one of them.
Looks like we have another question for you, Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sargent. If you have documentation or concerns about illegal activity, have you shared those with enforcement, who would be the body who would investigate that and prosecute?
Our organization hasn't reported anything, but the people in the organizations that fighting for this, like salmon, I think it was called the salmon catch, and so other ones, I believe they did report some actions. That there's a lawsuit going right now against the trawlers, but who knows how long that's going to take. There's evidence being gathered at the moment, but there's a lot of things at play here. There's a lot of evidence to be gathered to prosecute. I mean, we live in America. It's so hard to just get one video and propose it, because it has to be clarified. It has to be authenticized. It has to be, I mean, it's so difficult to take something to court or take something to evidence and post it. Our system is so vast and so like hard. It's difficult to present something and to shut something down, because on the other corporate side, there's so big lawyers, such big corruption. I mean, lobbyists and lawyers and small fishermen can't afford this. I mean, we can't afford to go to fight to court. We have $60,000 in our bank account. I mean, how can you go fight? A lawyer charges $30,000 a case. They'll deplete our account in 2 days. I mean, our small fishing fleet doesn't have a lot of money to work with. And especially fish prices going down right now. And fish prices aren't going down because of Russia or because of other implements. Fish prices are going down is because there's corporate players at work, and all this comes into one big huge bubble that we need to actually look at, and our council needs to take precautions and help the villages of Alaska, and Alaska as a whole will destroy our ocean.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sargent. So I'm not seeing any further questions. I appreciate you calling in this morning.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So that concludes our presentations and public testimony on C1. What are the wishes of the council? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I have a motion that I've provided. The motion reads, and this is on C1, the 2023 Observer Annual Report and the 2025 Annual Deployment Plan. For the 2023 Annual Report, the council appreciates the 2023 Annual Report on the Observer Program and recommends the following in addition to SSC recommendations as practicable. Future annual reports should include the cost and number of full coverage observer days in the executive summary. Continue efforts to attempt to include data on the amount of catch monitored by electronic monitoring, similarly to data on observed catch. Continue to provide a summary of issues highlighted in the previous year's annual report and how they were addressed. The 2023 annual report was informative regarding issues previously identified, including EM image quality and EM video review timeliness. Given changes to the database used by observers to report potential violations in 2023, the council supports OLE not including trends over time periods that are not comparable. For the 2025 annual deployment plan, the council supports the following recommendations for the 2025 annual deployment plan. For the partial coverage program, use the 2024 proximity allocation method except for pelagic trawl EM and the following strata for deployment: observer, EM fixed gear, EM trawl, fishery management plan areas, BSAI and GOA, and gear type fixed and trawl. For pelagic trawl EM, maintain 100% EM at sea monitoring and a 33% sampling rate of EM deliveries by shoreside observers. Continue to evaluate shoreside sampling priorities to balance observer workloads, work with EM service providers and industry to budget for pelagic trawl EM, and modify the odds system to include pelagic trawl EM. Maintain fixed gear EM selection pool of up to 177 vessels. As additional funds are available, increase the number of fixed gear vessels in the EM selection pool up to 200. If needed, prioritize placement in the EM selection pool based on vessel size, fishing effort, minimizing data gaps, and cost efficiency. Remove vessels with repeated problems causing data loss from the EM pool. Improve EM video review times. NIMS collaborate with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to establish a video review selection rate and review strategy to improve EM video review times to result in the most useful information for the most number of trips at a given cost. NIMS work with the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee to develop prioritization rules that can be used to allocate review effort to the fisheries, gear types, times, and areas most dependent on EM data. And NIMS conduct an assessment of any management impacts of delayed or missing fixed gear EM data. To reduce temporal bias resulting from trip cancellations, NIMS work with the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee to develop an odds trip cancellation policy that will not significantly impede industry, affords adequate time to deploy an observer, and reduces impacts to coverage rates and non-random monitoring. And on funding delays, the council recommends sending a letter to NOAA expressing concern with delays in the transfer of observer fee revenue, cost recovery funds, and pelagic trawl EM startup funds to the Science Center and NIMS due to the new Commerce Department financial system. The letter should also express concern with the 2022 and 2023 sequestered portion of the observer fees not yet being transferred or available for observer deployment. And with a second, I'll speak briefly to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I first want to make sure we all understand it is a little bit awkward given we're looking at a 2023 annual report that had a totally different deployment design in it than what we're doing today in 2024. Typically, we would use the annual report to help us make informed decisions about the next 2025 ADP, but that doesn't really make sense here because we've already made those changes for 2024. And when we're back here at this time next year, we'll get to see how 2024 deployment worked out. So that's why in this motion, I think in the AP's motion, which I very much appreciate their work on this, there's really not significant changes from what we recommended in 2024 on the ADP itself. I do want to state, and I tried to put some emphasis on this in the executive summary, we focus very much on the partial coverage program for good reason. That's where we have annual decisions in order to make deployment use our random sampling in the best way to cover vessels in space and time to get the best information that we can so that we can apply that information even to unmonitored vessels. I do want to emphasize, our full coverage program that really gets very short shrift under this agenda item. But I want to emphasize that all catcher processors are 100% or 200% covered. And what was provided in our presentation was for those larger volume fisheries, pelagic trawl gear and non-pelagic trawl gear, 91% of our pelagic trawl gear harvest is fully covered. 94% of our non-pelagic trawl gear is fully covered, and that's across the entire North Pacific. The rest that was partially covered was still covered at very high percentages as provided in the document, 34 to 45%. And those percentages for full coverage will be higher this year because we did the Pacific Cod Trawl program where everybody was moved into full coverage. So I just don't want to ignore those fleets, even though we focus very much on what our decision-making is on partial coverage for the rest of this agenda item. I think some of the highlights that I'll provide in the motion are really just around some of the things that we want to try to improve. The cancellation policy, for one. I'm trying to pull up my motion. I think the agency has committed to trying to work on a cancellation policy that is not too burdensome to industry, but because the cancellation policy allows right now for some temporal bias, I think in the data, it is something that we should try to address. I don't think I've ever heard the agency or the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee say we're trying to eliminate cancellations. That's just not possible. People are done with their trips and they might have logged more trips than they needed. There's weather issues constantly in Alaska and they needed to cancel a trip. I think some of the agency's statements and intentions to try to educate fishermen on what's available to them instead of canceling trips, changing the dates of trips will be very important to this effort. But I do think if there is something more we can do on a cancellation policy that will continue to lower that number a little bit as it is getting lowered already, that will be helpful to reduce bias. I think the only other thing I wanted to say, and I'd be glad to take questions. I've lost my motion in my document. Is some of the suggestions made both in testimony and through the FMAC on observer seats on both the FMAC and the partial coverage committee. And we wouldn't do, I just want to make clear, we wouldn't do committee seats in this agenda item, but we would leave that to the chair and doing a solicitation for those seats in staff tasking. I think the observer representative seat on the FMAC is very, very important. So I just didn't want to not mention that and surely support an observer representative on the partial coverage committee, as was mentioned also. I'm glad to answer questions on the motion, but I didn't feel the need to walk through every single notation, but sure glad to answer questions by council members.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Not seeing any questions. Are there any comments on the motion? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, Ms. Kimball, I appreciate the motion and the thoroughness is there. You brought up the cancellation policy, and I just wanted to comment that part of what it sounded as though there is certainly education that needs to occur. There's some other alternatives that could be utilized, and it sounds to me like, as with many of the things we work with, communication about how it works and what's available to the fishers is also important. And I just wanted to make a comment. Ms. Vanderhoven mentioned with regard to the video that we saw, that if that kind of thing is going on out there, it needs to be reported. That's not something that we would want to tolerate. And it's important that if that is occurring, those things need to be reported and not set to the side. And I make the assumption that in most cases that is occurring, but it's something that we need to certainly support and encourage in the future if that's what's occurring. So I intend to support the motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. And we have Ms. Baker online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments were similar to Mr. Williams in terms of, I think the NOAA Fisheries FMA's presentation of the enforcement section of this observer report every year reinforces for me how seriously the agency takes observer reports and or observer situation reports. I'm forgetting the exact term, but any potential violations I think have demonstrated with the expansion of the potential types of situations that are pursued just really demonstrate to me the seriousness with which the agency takes that. So I wanted to highlight that. And also just appreciating Ms. Kimball's speaking to her motion. It's not in the motion itself. Regarding, we've tried to focus our actions here on, clear, concise motions, which for this one focuses mostly on the partial coverage observer program, which tends to get a lot of attention, but which tends to mean that some members of the public do lose sight of our comprehensive effect of our observer program and the coverage that we do have, including the very high proportion of harvest coming out of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands and Gulf of Alaska that is in full coverage. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further comments? Thank you again for the motion, Ms. Kimball. So is there any objection to the motion? That motion passes without objection. Thanks again. So any further action on C1? Seeing none, I think we're ready to transition to the remainder of our SSC report. If you're ready, if not, we can move on to, we can circle back to you. Would you like a couple minutes? We can. Okay. Okay, let's come back at 9:40. Okay, 10 minutes. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you. We have Dr. Dressel and Dr. Muter here to walk us through the remainder of the SSC report.
Thank you. For the record, yes, my name is Sherry Dressel, co-chair of the SSC. With me is Franz Muter, the other co-chair, and online we've got an SSC member, Chris Sidden, who was the head of the SSC subgroup for research priorities, which we will hit at the end of our report. So the SSC received administrative updates at this meeting. It was announced the in-person February 2025 meeting in Anchorage. We received some updates on the national SSC meeting in August, and that included members that are attending and case studies to help with particular challenges we're dealing with here in the North Pacific. And the two topics for the case studies are how to incorporate socioeconomic information into management advice for sablefish, and same thing for temperature dependence of recruitment for pollock, and that also into management advice. And I wanted to let the council know there was a request or a question that you asked us last December about possibly having a case study to find out sort of ideas around the country for how to work with either risk table or harvest strategies for pollock given the temperature dependence. And the organizers have been responsive to us having the topic of our case study, just asking for more information and ideas rather than presenting something that we complete. So that was exciting. The SSC also recognized the contributions of departing council staff, Nicole Watson, Sam Cunningham, Sarah Reinsmith Gardner, and Sarah LaBelle. We expressed our gratitude for their work and assistance and wish them the best, and they will be missed. The SSC also noted we expect that there will be 2 SSC members that will step down after 2024. And so if the council chooses to make a call for additional SSC members, the SSC recommends the addition of 2 members. And the areas of expertise would be, the first one would be a social scientist with a background in anthropology, sociology, human geography, or a related field. And the second would be a scientist with broad expertise in quantitative ecosystem science or ecology, with specific expertise in marine mammals. The SSC also noted that if or when filling these positions, the SSC also recommends that it would be beneficial to identify someone who has experience working with Alaska fishing communities or coastal communities and who has scientific expertise with LKTK within one of the 2 positions that we were recommending. You've seen the annual report. So moving on to Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab harvest specifications. There was one stock, Aleutian Island golden king crab, that we did final specifications for at this meeting. Before I get there, one of our general comments for authors, which I believe you'll also see under, I think, Tanner crab, is that the SSC requests that the authors and the CPT consider coordinating how to analyze and incorporate the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation data for the Tanner, Snow, and Bristol Bay red king crab stocks, and specifically consider developing the results as a prior for selectivity in those models. So in other words, those 3 models all use the Bering Sea Fishery Research Foundation data, and we're suggesting that they coordinate and use it in a similar way. For Aleutian Island golden king crab specifications, the SSC supports the author and crab plan team's recommendation to use model 23.1 for both the eastern Aleutians and the western Aleutians. And the SSC also agrees with the crab plan team for the OFL and the 25% buffer between the OFL and the ABC. So this buffer, like previous years, it's the same buffer that was recommended by the PT and is the same that was used last year. So this is no change. The buffer is based on seeing the Eastern Aleutian model continue to exhibit poor fit to the index data and have a poor retrospective pattern. Aleutian Island Golden is not overfished, and while directed fishing has been completed for Aleutian Island Golden, the groundfish fisheries in which there may be some bycatch is not yet complete. So overfishing determination will be made in October as is usual. For Aleutian Island Goldens, for research, upcoming research, the SSC recommends prioritizing incorporating the cooperative survey data into the assessment as a separate fleet, and also to prioritize further consideration of data weighting in this model. We also have a few others examining the retrospective pattern, developing a more straightforward way to determine total catch, and our last one was to ask the CPT to consider whether to move this assessment, the model review of it, to September, October when catches are final. But after we made this recommendation, I was reminded by agency staff that Aleutian Island Goldens, we need final specifications for an August 1st start date. So I am guessing that's not going to be feasible. We then had 3 stocks where we do model runs. The first one was for snow crab, and snow crab, you'll see on a later slide, the author brought back the same model that was used last year, so that was no change. And efforts this year focused on a narrative explanation of the assessment model, including recent changes in a rationale. That was something that was asked through public testimony in the past to try to get out of the modeling gobbledygook and actually realize what changes have been made. The other effort was exploring potential alternatives to the current metric for reproductive output. So essentially trying to identify what part of the biomass is reproductively viable, because that will affect the OFL and the ABC. The authors reproduced an analysis that was done in 1991, which was the actual basis for the Tier 3 harvest control rule. And the author did that. And they looked at 2 different measures, again, of reproductive output. So it's, they looked at if we call all mature male biomass reproductively viable, and those are based on survey measurements of chela height and carapace width. It's the morphometric maturity. And then the other one was looking at a biomass greater than 95 millimeters. And 95 is a measurement that Canadian research came up with, which suggests functional maturity, or that crab that are greater than that amount are more reproductively capable, I guess is the phrase. And which one of those you pick can have large impacts to the OFL and the ABC. So the SSC recommends bringing forward the same, the revised analysis that they did at this meeting, changing a couple of things, looking at both steepness and alternatives for this reproductive, the reproductively active males. And the SSC will consider those options then for harvest specifications this coming fall. And then, like I mentioned, we recommend that the author bring forward the Tier 3 model that was used last year in agreement with them and the authors and the CPT. And then the SSC, like requested last year, recommends to bring back a Tier 4 fallback method. So if something kind of goes wacky in the analysis, that there is a fallback. And this was something that was originally proposed in the simpler modeling workshop. The author brought back one at this meeting, which was survey biomass decremented by natural mortality. So essentially survey biomass is in the summer, natural mortality that would be accounted for is that happens between summer and when the fishery starts in the winter. And then the SSE re-asked for a simpler version, which is smooth biomass without accounting for that additional natural mortality. And this is actually the groundfish tier 5 approach. And it's an approach that is currently being done for both Bristol Bay and Tanner, and we'd like to see it for all three. Okay, for Bristol Bay red king crab, SSE recommends that the authors bring forward 2 models. One is the updated base model, similar to last year, and the other one is that base model, but also removing a time block for molting probability at the very beginning of the time series, which was 1975 to 1980. And recommendations for future model development is again using the BSFRF research as a prior data as a prior on selectivity, looking at selectivity based on survey gear types, and then also looking at time varying selectivity in the fishery, comparing time varying selectivity in the fishery to time varying selectivity in the survey data. The survey data should be more informative in the model, and we're trying to figure out which one in this model, which one is actually having a greater influence. For Tanner crab, the SSE recommends the tier 3 model 23.03D in agreement with the CPT. And this model is the last accepted model with a change in the way in the treatment of the 2013 to 17 BSFRF data, and also the addition of 2018 BSFRF data. And then, like I mentioned before, we're asking for the tier 4 fallback method, and that's smooth survey biomass, the groundfish tier 5 method. For research, the SSE recommends the model that I suggested on the last slide currently has parameters that are estimated against bounds, and that just means that the model doesn't run freely. And so we recommend that resolving that issue. And honestly, if that issue isn't resolved, we recommended an alternative, just fixing those parameters at 1. So we should have a workable model coming forward. And then we prioritize this model. They've put it into the GMAX. That's the generalized framework for crab stocks. And we prioritize a bridging analysis so that hopefully we can move to that soon as the next step. And then we suggest continuing to explore geostatistical models, which is smoothing survey data over space and time. And I forgot about St. Matt Blues. We had model runs for St. Matt Blues as well. We recommend the base model and one new model in agreement with the CPT. The base model is the accepted 22 model with slight changes. And then the 24.1 uses a fixed value of a fixed value of natural mortality from the 2023 Bristol Bay Red King crab assessment. And I guess the background that I would give on that is that St. Matt's borrowed natural mortality from older Bristol Bay models. Last year, the Bristol Bay model estimated natural mortality changed, and so we're suggesting now that St. Matt's do the same. Research for St. Matt Blues. We supported the author and the plan team recommendation to bring forward one other model run. We normally don't see new model runs at final specifications, but this year, for some advancements, the NIMS trawl survey is going to drop doing corner stations this summer. And so we supported having the authors look at the time series of data in the past, drop all the corner stations in the past, and see how that would differ to give us some idea of what the impact of dropping corner stations in this 2024 survey might be. We also suggest trying to create a single index of abundance, which puts together the trawl, the NMFS trawl, and the ADF&G POTS surveys. And the spatiotemporal approach, again, is smoothing those over space and time. Those two surveys tend to differ, and so we're trying to find a way to incorporate them together. The other recommendation is to increase the number of size bins and to look at a likelihood profile on selectivity. We then we took a very short balance of the CPT report at our meeting, but the SSC did have some comments based on the written report. For the ecological socioeconomic profiles, the SSC supports coming up with a generalized report card relevant to all crab stocks as an alternative to species-specific ESPs. So we've got staffing limitations that we can't develop currently a specific ESP for each of the crab stocks. And so we're supporting a generalized one as a way to deal with that. For survey update, we recommend evaluating, let's see, there's length weight data and relationships that are estimated over time. And those relationships are used for calculating the OFLs. And so I believe that we're using an older chunk of data for that. And we're suggesting looking at sliding windows, kind of like running averages of that survey data going forward. And we support exploration of that. For the ADF&G Observer Program for crab, the SSC supports continuing to monitor snow and tanner hybridization, particularly because climate change increases the potential for stronger interaction, or may increase the potential for stronger interaction between these species. I know that we are going to receive more information on this in October, so we look forward to that. For the BSFRF update, we really appreciate getting this update on the research. We received public testimony on this as well. And we support this continued research to capture interannual changes in winter crab distributions and ocean conditions, temperature in particular. That's critical to understanding size and sex-specific habitat use and movement. That's all I have for our crab items.
If there are questions, and then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Trussell. I just had a quick question. We run through the kind of recommendations to authors, and I actually realized I don't have a great assessment of, and maybe I wanted to know if you did, whether those things are possible or possible in the time frame, or whether the SSC really looks at those as suggestions, in the time allotted. I think we kind of assume that authors will read the SSC minutes and take those into account and do what's possible, but we never make a direct motion or anything like that about those types of recommendations. Do you have a sense when you're given the report or hearing from the CPT from the author's perspective, which of those kind of suggestions or recommendations are possible, or are you just putting out everything that you think should be done and then do what you can?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. Yes, we do a couple of things. So we have a lot of recommendations, and that we have heard that authors can get overwhelmed on those and that they can't be done in a year. And so we've tried to make clear to authors, first of all, we don't expect all of them to be done by the next assessment. We recognize that they may run into some issues. We definitely count on their expertise for priority. And then we've been working really hard to come up with ones that we think are higher priority so that it's not just a flood of recommendations. We've also told plan team chairs, that we are open to communication. So if people have questions about them, we can have that. So a lot of times we don't get feedback in the meeting as to how possible these are. Some of the major ones we do, like for models that are changing to the generalized crab model, we get timelines for that and how likely it is that they will come back with them at certain meetings.
Mr. Sakata.
Yeah, just a real quick question about the hybridization of the monitoring. Do we know if the offspring of Apelio Tanner hybrids are sterile or what is the effect, I guess?
Through the chair, Mr. Sakata, I have to admit, I am not a crab biologist, but I have heard this come up. Do you remember, Franz? I would give you a guess, but it's not helpful.
Yeah, I don't want to misspeak, but
Right.
No, that's fine. I just Googled it and I couldn't find it. So I thought maybe you would know. Thank you.
I hate to say, but Google might give you a better answer. I will say that one of the things that we did here is that I think that there's a relatively low % of hybrids. However, I think that it's being accounted for differently in management and in research. And I think that's the update that we're going to get in the fall, for what that helps.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue. Thank you.
All right, the next topic that we brought up, or the agenda item, was C4 small sablefish release. And I recognize that you haven't received the author's report on either of these. So I've included a little bit of background here. The draft EARIR includes a broad summary of the sablefish fishery, evaluation of how release mortality would be accounted for in the stock assessment, potential economic and social impacts, monitoring and enforcement changes that would be needed, and a simulation experiment to evaluate the effects of releasing sablefish less than 22 inches and applying discard mortalities and looking at the impact that that has on long-term spawning biomass, on landings, and approximate gross revenue. The simulation analysis found that only a small fraction of the current catch consists of fish less than 22 inches in length. This corresponds approximately to an age 2 sablefish. And therefore, the population and the fishery results showed only a small response to allowing release of fish less than 22 inches in length under all the assumed discard rates that were evaluated. And one of the things that I will also note is that I believe in the council motion, the discard rates that were listed in the council motion differed from the discard rates that the SSC recommended that the analysts look at. So I believe that the SSC, we had 3 of them. It was 12%, 20%, and 35%. And I believe that 35% was higher than the ones that were in the council motion. Regardless, the release of small fish had a small impact, even with that higher discard mortality on the population and fishery results. The simulation results also show that when you apply the Tier 3 harvest control rule, none of the discard mortality scenarios evaluated had a large impact on the long-term spawning biomass, which demonstrates that the potential action does not appear to have a substantial impact on conservation outcomes within this broader management approach. And the SSC found the analysis that was done for this document to be a valuable extension to what was previously done in the first initial review. The SSC also found that looking at, there was a, we kind of nerded out on this one, but there's a computer tool that you can look at different situations. And through that, we could look at a large data sets that were not written up explicitly in the document. And we found that really valuable. And we encourage the further use of this for this analysis or for future analyses. It gives people an idea that they can visualize things. The social and economic analysis suggested that substantial aggregate revenue impacts are unlikely, but it also pointed out that there would likely be differences among participants in terms of their ability to use discarding to improve their profits. So specifically, potential benefits accruing to participants and the costs borne by participants may vary across locations, vessel classes, and the gear that was used as well. The focus of this analysis was mainly on current conditions, and it did not consider major changes in the future ABC utilization, fleet behavior, future price trends, future price structure across fish size grades. And so the SSC felt that these were reasonable, simplifying assumptions that were made in the analysis, but also recognizes that there's unknown and there's going to be unavoidable uncertainty in these over time. The SSC finds that the document is sufficient for the council to evaluate alternative 1, no action, and alternative 2, option 2, the voluntary release of fish less than 22 inches. And maybe, was that inches or centimeters? Regardless, you're familiar with the 22, after addressing SSC recommendations in the final action draft. The SSC recommends that if the council wishes to consider alternative 2, option 1, which is voluntary release of any size sablefish, additional analysis would be required. That wasn't included in this document. The other thing is the SSC expects that this analysis will be informative for the council in the short term. So say over the next 3 to 7 years, depending on the extent of changes in ABC utilization and price and biology and fishery behavior. It may not be reliable over a longer time horizon though. And that's because the focus of this analysis was on current conditions and it didn't consider major changes in those factors. The simulation analysis that was done essentially includes variation in the next handful of years, but it uses long-term average behavior after that. And we don't know if that long-term average behavior will be reflective of true conditions. I put this extra bullet in here because it ties into the council's IRA funding outlook, I guess. And so specifically, we mentioned on the last slide that you can apply these results to the short term. They may not be informative in the long term. In order for them to be informative in the long term, you would need a bioeconomic model. That was too much to ask for this analysis on the time frame that we were at, but that type of model was outlined by the SSC in April for future IRA project work. And this type of model would be necessary to investigate the more complex hypotheses about price responses to landed volume, size structure of landings, fleet behavior, and then feedback between these with fishing practices and the underlying population structure, largely focusing on recruitment. At least that's what we looked at here. So the SSC provided a number of recommendations listed in the SSC report. They were pretty specific, so I didn't know that it was valuable to read them out loud here. I can go to them if you wish. I believe that they are in bulleted form. The two at the end was that we wanted to note that the SSC did recognize that this potential action could move fisheries towards increased discarding. And we acknowledge that this is different from other council actions, which generally tries to reduce discarding. And as a result, it could potentially set a precedent for other fisheries, especially if they're experiencing revenue challenges. The SSC suggests that the council develop clear measurable objectives, and then also consider how and when scientists would come up with performance metrics, both of those that could be used to evaluate this potential action in the future.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had two questions. One was on the documents limitation and looking at kind of what potential impacts there would be under current conditions. And that those impacts could change, obviously, if there were major changes, I think you said in the fishery, fleet behavior, and markets or price. And the SSC wasn't providing an alternative impact analysis to do that in this case, were they for this action? I mean, in part because I think I wouldn't know how we would do that, knowing that this under the action alternatives is a voluntary program. And so half of what is such an unknown is fleet behavior and how people would use or this kind of an action if it went forward. So I think did you feel like we were still in a good place with the analysis, having used at least the information that we had and not kind of speculating on fleet behavior in the future?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'll give you an answer and then I'll probably ask Franz to give his. The SSC felt that this was a sufficient analysis within the time that we had. So we were asked in February to support a type of simulation that could be done by June. And because of that, we chose one that makes a whole number of assumptions like mentioned here, and that's not that bioeconomic model that we were going to explore later. As far as, so we did this within the time frame, and because of that, the impacts are likely informative over the next few years. We can't say much longer than that without having a much more complex model. So as far as the next few years go, did we think that this was a reasonable analysis? Yes, we did. As far as, I do think that you could do a more complex analysis, even if you assumed, so this analysis assumed that all fish under 22 were discarded. You could even stick to that assumption and look at different changes, fleet behavior, like where they fish, different markets, different price changes. So I think that there are factors other than like what they are discarding that would affect the results, if that makes sense. So I think that there are a number of different factors, but you are correct. You would still have to make some assumption of what they're discarding under 22. Franz, do you have a additional?
Well, no, I think he captured. Yeah, I think we generally felt that the analysis was sufficient for that sort of shorter to intermediate time frame. And that's, I mean, as we go out further, there's a lot more uncertainty, obviously, generally. And in this case, in particular, the utilization rate is, kind of something that has a bigger impact. I think the analyst did some exploration of that. And so that could have if that changes a lot in the longer run, then that could have a bigger impact. And that's, can't really be captured through the current analysis. So they made some simplifying assumptions.
Thank you. And did the SSC have any discussion on the last bullet about trying to develop performance metrics for the action? I mean, that is always of interest, I think, to the SSC and then the council, in part because we want to try to be better at measuring success. But I'm really curious about it because clearly the council is not the best equipped or has expertise to develop those kinds of things. So was this a request that the SSC or another group take a task like that to do so? And my kind of related question is, given the level of kind of conclusions on probably overall little impact on value of the fishery, overall probably little impact on spawning biomass. Those are the two things we're trying to affect. If we didn't see an increase kind of at a sector level or a population level, you know, have we failed, given that there are likely, as you said in your comments, a lot of businesses that are differently situated that may actually see value out of this for their own business or their own community. So I'm maybe you don't need to address the longer part of that question, but it does beg the question and shows how we're not equipped to do that at this table, but maybe you have suggestions on who would or how necessary it is, given that we think impacts on a sector level and population level will already be small.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So the first part of your question, yeah, we actually talked about, this came up, and I actually asked members sort of what time frame were we talking about, and were we asking the council to come up with performance metrics? And our discussion and our recommendation was that, especially because through element 4, talked about bringing this analysis back or having a sunset date. And so given that that was named in the council motion, the SSC was trying to think of how would you analyze success of this program. And so I think what we came up with was that the SSC suggests that if the council can come up with your objectives and what you want, how you define success, what would mean success or failure, and if those could be identified, say between now or final action, then either agency staff, perhaps even the SSC, but I think it's usually agency staff, could come up with performance metrics that could help evaluate or get to those objectives, so that when the analysis comes back, you'd actually be able to try to address the objectives that you have. And so I think the ask was that, or the suggestion was, if you wanted to reevaluate the program, if you can say what the objectives, what defines success or failure, would be helpful so that you could direct other groups to come up with performance metrics for that.
Thank you. And then did SSC have any comment on whether the objectives kind of outlined in the purpose and needs statement were satisfactory or too general? I mean, that's what our purpose and need is attempting to do. And so under this action, it's trying to increase operational flexibility, increase the value of the commercial harvest, and allow small fish to contribute to the overall biomass when they would otherwise be have 100% mortality. So those were our objectives through this action. And if the SSC didn't discuss whether those are just too broad to be useful in this context, that's what I'm looking for.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you. I don't recall us talking specifically about the purpose and need and saying that that was not sufficient. And yeah, so that doesn't help a whole lot. Do you remember, Franz?
Well, I don't think we discussed this, but the purpose and needs statement, and I don't recall the exact phrasing of the objectives, but they were more broad, and now we have a specific action that has been evaluated, that if there is some plan to review this after a number of years, the council could probably refine objectives for such an analysis, and we could come up with appropriate performance metrics, or someone could.
Thank you. Looks like we have a question from Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sound check?
Yes, we have you.
Great. I'd like to go back to Ms. Kimball's first question a little bit. And the the caveat the SSC is giving here in terms of the length of time that their advice is probably most valuable for, I certainly think is well grounded in the SSC's review here. It got me thinking though that the SSC could really say that provide that kind of caveat in their advice fairly frequently, and yet hasn't really done that much until now. And so this sort of stands out as interesting example of the advice. So sort of a two-pronged question about that. The first question is what stood out most to the SSC in this issue that merited that? And you kind of answered it in speaking to Ms. Kimball, but I was hoping maybe you dive in a little further on that. Then the second question is this the sort of thing the SSC should consider providing us more regularly? Is a sense of sort of the shelf life of their advice, to put it into probably too simple a term, but
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. Yeah, I mean, I've been on the SC long enough that I do recall some examples where we did ask for, an evaluation and measures of success and performance review without providing, specifics a lot of times. But I'm not sure if this is fundamentally different. I think this was prompted by the element 4 to potentially look at a review after some period of time. And if that happens, I think that needs to be thought through carefully.
I'm sorry, I must have asked my question poorly. I was really asking more about the SSC's caveat that Ms. Kimball asked about in her first question about the SSC's conclusions are really only most relevant in the short term, and that there's just too much uncertainty in the longer term for the SSC's perspective to be valuable. And so it was really more not a question about the performance measure recommendation, but more about the SSC's caveat right at the beginning about the length of the duration of the value of the SSC's observations.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So my sense on that is that I think that this uncertainty does exist for other analyses, which is part of why we've asked for review after a certain point in time. So, but perhaps it's been more subtle in the past. And like Franz mentioned, partly because of element 4, it was a little bit more explicit in this one that was already being considered. So I think that that's part of the reason that it came out. The other reason that I think that it came out is that in my sense, there are so many moving pieces on this one, and we know how many assumptions we're making. So we're making assumptions on the percent of the ABC that's retained, on the variable size of the discards, of prices, of fee behavior, of markets, and all of those we had to make explicit assumptions for. And so I think that my sense is that there's a lot of moving pieces with this, which is part of the reason that it came out. I don't know whether there's more moving pieces in this one than there is for other analyses. That I don't know.
Do you think it's worth the SSC sort of considering more frequently for other issues, or is whether there is sort of a shelf life to their advice?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. Yes, I mean, if the SSC knows that, I think we should definitely say. I think one of the factors with this one is that we have some idea of we have some idea of the lifespan of the fish, which is part of where we came to this. But the other thing that I will mention is that we had a lot of discussion. Is this really valuable? Do we say it's okay for 2 to 3 years? Do we say it's okay for 3 to 7 years? Is it at 10 years? And we looked at like I'm a decade off, 3 decades off, 2018 to 2020. And we saw huge changes between that and 2020 to 2023. And so then we had a discussion of, well, should we just say 3 years? And so I have to say that even with this, I think 3 to 7 was sort of in reference back to element 4. Can we say exactly how many years? No. And then we've also brainstormed on, okay, how many of these things would need to change to be able to tell the council how much uncertainty there is. And so I think we could try to caveat that for this and other analyses. I don't know how good we're going to be at it. But certainly if the council asks, we can do our best at that. Do you have a better response, Franz?
Well, if I may add, I think, and this is specific, I apologize for misunderstanding your question earlier, Mr. Dwight. This is specifically to the what's different about sablefish, and I'm not sure if it's necessarily sablefish, but I think what prompted this in part was just the market turmoil that we're sort of in currently that, has showed that things can change rapidly, and we don't know how it's going to change down the line. So I think this was sort of a note of caution that this analysis, is unlikely to inform, this kind of action in the longer term if there's continues to be substantial changes.
Thank you both for that. And Madam Chair, just a final comment. To be clear, I'm not at this point recommending the SSC take on additional work, but I really appreciated the sort of the elaboration and the exploration of the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any other questions before we move on? Okay. Seeing none, thank you.
The next agenda item that the SSC took up was D2, the crab rationalization program review. And the SSC received a summary presentation. This is a 17-year review. And the SSC found this document sufficient to serve as a required program review and the allocation review required under NOAA Fisheries Allocation Policy Directive. And we did have some recommendations for changes to enhance this current document prior to the, I said the final review draft. Prior to this is posted. I'm not certain if the council is taking this up a second time. I think it may be, depending on where the council goes. But before this is posted. The program review, the review itself, and this is a bit of summary, found that the crab rationalization program has met most of the goals and objectives that were outlined, and it's also realized several conservation goals. However, some components of the plan have had mixed success. In particular, the program review identified outside factors have had a large influence on and this is the different population declines. I've had a large influence on the program's performance, and that includes the recent low tax, the fishery closures, and world markets. Declines in the number of harvesting vessels and the number of processors have reflected the influence of these outside factors, and that some of the community protection features of the plan have not always been successful in meeting their objectives in some of these extreme circumstances. The SSC does recognize this significant impact of the external factors, and we also noted their relationship to climate change. And while the program has provided some resilience to these external factors, we recognize the council may consider future amendments, and we have the following suggestions for the document. So our recommendations for changes to the document include putting key elements in context with the program objective and including climate and environmental related instability, and then highlighting the potential both adaptive and maladaptive features of the program in that situation. In synthesizing outcomes associated with the program, we recommend including discussion of outcomes beyond crab fishery outcomes, like the ease of diversification. We had some specific recommendations, like for table 2, to have a brief description of actions and how it may relate to the program review requirement objectives. And then we recommended including a reflection on how program elements have conferred resilience or have been maladaptive to climate impacts that have been experienced. The SSC recommends emphasizing the unexpected nature of events like COVID and the collapse of several crab fisheries and how that relates to program structure, recognizing that these were extreme and quick. We recommend including a rationale for why collaborative research programs are important and tied to this program review. In particular, identifying that stakeholders through this crab rationalization program, how does that facilitate collaboration between industry and agencies? We suggest identifying whether the process of EDR data review is beneficial, whether that could be improved. We recommend including or looking at the portion of fished quota that is leased in each fishery as a reflection of turnover over generations. We recommend revising the executive summary with some additional organization and synthesis to summarize main outcomes associated with the program. And then we also noted that a lot of the comparisons were with the program, whether the program was there or not. And what we recommended was also looking at whether there are certain program elements that were there or not. And finally, we recommend adding language to recognize the use of LKTK in the qualitative analysis.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the overarching recommendation that the SSC does find that the document as is sufficient to serve as the program review, but that these bulleted suggestions would enhance the document. So something that if we had staff time available, we should really consider doing, or at least keep on the shelf for the next time we do a review, so we remember what things would have been good to add in the first time. Just the timing of that and understanding whether you feel like these need to be included to create a sufficient review, or whether that really is how you characterized it on the slide as enhancing a sufficient document.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that the SSC looked at this a bit like EARIRs, so that if there were 3 options, except as is, not sufficient or sufficient with revision. I think that that's how the SSC saw it, despite the fact that we've split it up in looking at different language. So I think that the SSC was considering these as to the extent practicable.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I apologize. I did have one more on one of the first slides about the community protection measures. And now I'm trying to find it. I can't find it, but what I recall you saying is that that some of the community protection measures may have had limited success. And did the SSC have a discussion about really whether that's the program structure that needs some sort of modification to ensure success for community protections, or whether it's really these large changes like not having a crab fishery and so St. Paul is closed, things like that, that differentiation I think is a significant point in this analysis.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I do think there was recognition that, I mean, these outside factors have been absolutely extreme. And so I think we were trying to summarize a lot. There are actually examples in our minutes of some of the impacts, and part of our request in the additional things, the as practicable recommendations were to ask the authors to kind of distinguish, you know, in these extreme things, has the program helped? Has it not helped? Has it partially helped? And so I don't think that we came up with that determination, but we did ask the authors to explore that some, I think for the reason exactly as you're asking.
Yes, and maybe along those lines, one of your recommendations is to include discussion of outcomes that include beyond crab fisheries outcomes, so the ease of diversification. Wondering if you could expand a little bit on that SSC's discussion here, if it was, you know, a recognition that some of the fishery participants and the level of success of the program or the level of vulnerability may be impacted by engagement in other fisheries, or was there something else that you were looking to be included before the finalization of the document? Thanks.
Through the chair, I don't recall that we actually came up with any additional description of that, and I don't remember us coming up with other examples during the meeting. So I'm afraid that I may need to just rely on this, which I think this is likely, Franz just looked it up. I think this may be an exact copy of our minutes, so I'm not sure that we have additional detail for you. I can ask if you wish and get back to you on that if you wish.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may add, to the chair, I think one of the specifics that we discussed, I think in this context, was that, you know, just some discussion of capturing all the other external factors that may impact communities that also are engaged in the crab fishery that are beyond just the sort of the cumulative impacts of all the different shocks and stressors in the last number of years.
Thank you for that. Okay, not seeing any further questions at this point. Thank you.
So the next item that they
excuse me, sorry, I do see a hand. Apologies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Baker.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow today, and I'm not sure I quite got Dr. Muter's question to your answer to your question, Madam Chair. So in terms of that difficulty of diversification, the slide we were just on, ease of diversification, I don't think I quite heard the answer. I could be, because there is a discussion in the crab program review about potentials for diversification for crab harvesters. And so is the SSC's recommendation suggesting to broaden that to processors and communities? Is that what you were suggesting? I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. I was not specifically speaking to the diversification piece, and I do not recall our discussions on that. I just remember in that context, you know, a discussion on other impacts on these communities that might, inhibit or support diversification, perhaps? Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, and I think we're ready to continue.
The next agenda item we actually took up in a virtual meeting on May 17th. And want to see if Chris Sidden is online. He was going to present this part and whether you can see our slides, Chris.
I am online. I can see your slides, and can I get a confirmation that you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Chris Sidden, for the record, I'm an SSC member. I was also the co-chair of the SSC subgroup for research priorities, and I was also on the UFM work group, just so you guys have an idea. And just a little more background, I also presented research priorities to the AP and was available to the AP for the UFM report, and will be for you folks as well in the next few days, just so you know that's the case. So here, research priorities. The SSC approved a new research prioritization process in June of last year, 2023. The SSC as a whole commends the subgroup for research priorities for refining and implementing the new process. The SSC as a whole also appreciated the structured input from the plan teams, the social science planning team, the FEP team, and explicitly the online submission portal for the public. And the SSC also just wanted to highlight the excellent contribution of Nicole Watson to the subgroup. She was amazing through this process. The SSC Research Priority Subgroup reviewed all of the 2021 top 10 list, all the new public submissions that came to us this year, and all the plan team recommended research priorities. The subgroup then recommended 12 research priorities for the top 10 consideration to the SSC, as well as 12 alternative research priorities. The subgroup recommended the addition of a general statement regarding LKTKS to be included in the continuing ongoing monitoring category. And lastly, here, the SSC subgroup recommended to the full SSC 15 critical ongoing monitoring priorities, revised from 21 in 2021, and some additions from the plan team's recommendations from this year. From that, the SSC as a whole is recommending now retaining all 12 of the subgroup recommended research priorities with some minor additions. Just for some background, 4 of the research priorities were discussed as candidates to drop to reach 10 research priorities, but there was really compelling rationales to keep all of them. So we, as the SSC as a whole, did. The SSC as a whole recommended retaining the 2021 top critical ongoing monitoring priorities. And that was due to insufficient time for the SSC as a whole to review and to get sufficient public comment on the recommended revisions that the subgroup provided to the SSC. And last, the SSC as a whole recommended the addition of the general statement regarding LKTKS to be included in the COM category. There are a handful of additional SSC recommendations to moving forward for the next iterations of research priorities as they come up. And those are to fully review both the research priorities and the critical ongoing monitoring priorities. Consideration of an additional opportunity for plan teams or plan team chairs to review what the SSC subgroup did in effort to consolidate, reduce redundancy, and maintain the core essence of the research priorities. And this was mostly to make sure that the SSC subgroup ensured fidelity to what the plan team intent was before the full SSC review. The subgroup review procedure for review of each research categories from the June SSC 2021 report. Consider incorporating research priorities and engagement with groups outside the council process, and for example, the Alaska Scientific Review Group, to consider expanding the list of top priorities to include research on the use of socioeconomic information. And I think this is last, the SSC subgroup in collaboration with council staff review and recommend updates and revisions to the research priority database. For example, when to retire research priority from the list. And I think that's all I have. And I'm happy to take questions, and also just a reiteration, I will be available to you all for the research priority as a whole talk and for the UFM working group there. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siddon. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
I have a question that's not specific to the research priorities. I don't think so. If you wanted to take those, if anybody has questions on that first, I'm happy to wait.
Yes, Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Siddon, don't we already incorporate research priorities that are suggested from bodies other than this body? It seemed as if, particularly when they sort of flow in through some of the scientific channels, is this recommendation really to just be more explicit and clear about how we're soliciting those for incorporation? Or I'm just not quite sure what that first bullet really means in terms of difference from what we're currently doing.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks to you for the question. So this recommendation is to consider that, and it's really to be as the idea is to be as inclusive of all the groups as possible, to get the information into the process as we can. If I remember correctly, this came through as through public testimony as well. And so we wanted to keep that and make sure that the subgroup, as they go through the next iteration, are revising and reviewing the pathways in which research priorities can get into the process, and this was one of them. So I don't know the answer to the question, but there are a number of pathways now through the online submission, through all the plan teams and planning teams to do that, and whether the subgroup would recommend explicit engagement with other groups or encouraging all of these other groups to work into the current process that we have. Thanks.
Thank you. It looks like we're ready to move to Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. I think it's fair game. You did not have on your agenda the unobserved mortality work group report. And so you probably didn't see the public comment letters, but we had at least two that noted that you weren't going to see it, and the report at least twice references public making comment at upcoming SSC/council meetings. And I think that was a little bit confusing. So I guess my question is, do you anticipate that the SSC will review the unobserved fishing mortality work report at some time in the near future?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, my computer died, so I'm using my phone. I promise I'm not taking calls. It was the decision. There were a number of SSC members that were on the unobserved fishing mortality working group. And so, like you said, in that report, it says that it would come before the SSC for review. After that report was written, as SSC co-chairs, we worked with council staff, and the choice not to take that up in this meeting was not taken lightly. So it was actually a hard decision due to time constraints. And so it was, if we took that up, we might have to drop something like the Sablefish review. And so given that we actually don't see our schedule lightening up at all in the future. And so this was actually, we made the decision not to take that up for a number of different reasons. And some of those were, the other thing is we've also already had 2 virtual meetings in addition to 3 council meetings so far. And so taking up extra meetings was too much as well. So, so we came up with, there were a number of reasons that we did not take that up. And part of it was that there were 2 recommendations coming out of that report. One of them was for research priorities, in which the SSC did consider this report. So on the subgroup agenda, which is on the council website, January 11th, the unobserved fishing mortality working group report was actually put on that agenda specifically so that our subgroup would read that and incorporate it into research priorities. And it did end up being one of the top 12 priorities. If you look at the second bullet, or the second research priority, that was specifically from this report. So the SSC did look at this or consider this report in that respect. As far as reviewing it in the whole, one of the things that the report also said was that if unobserved fishing mortality was incorporated into further models, it would come back to the SSC then anyway. And so that was part of it. The second one is because I think we had at least 3 members, if not 4 SSC members on the working group. We're not required by Magnuson to review the working group. And so given that, we felt like the SSC had given considerable expertise. We would see it again if needed. And I don't believe, we did not intend that we will be taking this up in a current or near future meeting.
That's a very helpful clarification, so thank you for that.
I did tell Chris Sidden that I would go to him after I spoke. I'm wondering, is there anything that you wanted to add, Chris?
Sure, Sherry, through the chair, just 2 other points. And just so you know, that there was both of the co-chairs of the crab plan team were also on the UFM working group. So that expertise was always also part of that. And the crab plan team took up research priorities after the UFM report was out. So that was embedded within that. And then the second thing to note is Sherry mentioned that there was one of the top 12 research priorities here is explicitly to UFM. And I would also point you to there's another research priority about increased understanding of the spatial distribution, habitat requirements, and movement of crab in there. And that is also flagged in the table 2 of the UFM report as well. So those 2 things I would add. So thank you for that.
Thank you both. So that concludes your report. Thank you. Thank you both for your work and your report, and to the SSC for their continued dedication in this process. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we transition into C2, let's take about a 13-minute break, come back at 11:10. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, we will be continuing on with our C2 presentation. We have Sarah Rhinesmith here to introduce agenda item
Thank
C2.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Sarah Rhinesmith Gardner, council staff, and with me today is Dr. Mike Witzow, the Crab Plan Team co-chair. He'll be providing a presentation on the Crab Plan Team report, but action for the council today is to set specifications for Aleutian Island Golden King Crab for 2024 and 2025. We'll also be walking through the proposed model runs, as you heard in the SSC report, for Snow Crab, Tanner Crab, Bisseray Red King Crab, and St. Matthews Blue King Crab. With that, I'll let Mike take it away.
Good morning to the chair, members of the council. I'll begin by just reviewing where we are in the timeline, or the timeline for crab stock assessments. So of the 3 assessments that come forward in May and June, 2 are triennial assessments. So we're only seeing Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab for final specs this cycle. And as Sarah just said, we've got Snow Crab, Bristol Bay Red King Crab, Tanner Crab, and St. Matthew Blue King Crab coming up in the next cycle. So we saw proposed model runs for those stocks in this meeting. Just a quick reminder, I know that there's some new faces on the council. The tier system used for assessing crab stocks in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands is a 5-tier system. Currently, we have no stocks in tier 1 or tier 2. They're all tier 3 through tier 5. And the stocks we'll be discussing today are all either tier 3 or tier 4. This is just a summary of our agenda from our May meeting. The black items are the items that I'll be presenting to you today. Again, the only stock for final specs in bold there at the top, Aleutian Island Golden King Crab. In addition, the items in blue are items that we discussed during our meeting and are in our report. Happy to answer any questions about those, but not planning to present them to you today. Okay, jumping right into Aleutian Island Golden King Crab. First to note, this is the first final spec setting under our new stock assessment author, Tyler Jackson. Tyler's put a tremendous amount of work into assessing the data that go into this stock. This is an unusual stock in that it's a tier 3 stock that is not currently managed, or rather assessed with a survey. It's assessed solely based on commercial catch CPUE data. When Tyler took over the stock, he discovered that he could not recreate the historical data that were being used for the assessment with the current updated, modernized version of the data that are held by ADF&G. So he spent a tremendous amount of effort over the past 6 months or so investigating all of the discrepancies that he found, just making sure that he had the most comprehensive final version of the data that was going into the stock assessment. So the Crab Plan team certainly appreciated that effort. He's also put quite a bit of effort into rethinking the way that the CPUE data that form the basis of this assessment are standardized. There are a lot of sort of nuisance covariates that you have to consider, like vessel effects, spatial effects in CPUE. And so he's worked hard on different modeling approaches for standardizing those data. Again, Plan Team really appreciates that effort. In terms of the models that Tyler brought forward for us to consider, he brought forward 3 models. And each of these are fit to separately to the Eastern Aleutians, EAG, and the Western Aleutians, WAG. And of those 3 models that he brought forward, the Plan Team recommended model 23.1, which is last year's base model, but then updated to reduce that very small, or that rather the smaller than the size bin size composition data that you see on the size comp plots on the right. Rather, the red arrows indicate these smaller than the minimum size bin crab that were included in the model, and those were driving poor model fits to some of the size comp data. And so in the recommended model, those smaller than the smallest size bin crab were removed. think this is the only plot of model fit that I'm going to present to you today. Of course, we considered model fit in great detail during our meeting. On the left-hand panels, we have the CPUE index from the commercial fishery that's the main data source for the assessment for the eastern Aleutians and the western Aleutians. One thing that's important to note in terms of the I don't want to say status, but sort of in terms of the trends in the two areas, Eastern Aleutian CPUE remains constant in a relatively high value, about the highest value post rationalization in the right-hand time series there, whereas the Western Aleutians CPUE is at or near an all-time low. And then the mature male biomass estimates from the different models for the two areas are on the right. What's noteworthy is the Eastern Aleutians shows a decrease in estimated mature male biomass for all three models. Western Aleutians shows nearly no change. So the CPT recommended model 23.1, as you heard, the SSC concurred with that recommendation. That led us to the buffer consideration. The CPT recommended retaining the 25% buffer that was on the stock last year. And the SSC, as you heard, concurred with that recommendation. In particular, we're concerned about continuing poor model fit to that CPU index, particularly in the Eastern Aleutians area, and poor retrospective patterns, again, still in the Eastern Aleutians area. And that was the uncertainty that motivated the 25% buffer decision. OFL and ABC and status are all calculated separately for the two areas. For the Eastern area, we are in status 3A, where mature male biomass is above the BMSY proxy value. You can see the OFL of 2,825 tons there with and then for the Western Aleutians, we're in status 3B with estimated mature male biomass at 83% of the BMSY proxy and OFL of 900 tons. That's what I have for Aleutian Islands. I'll pause to see if there are any questions there. Thanks. So the SSC already presented their recommendations for proposed models in some detail. I'm not going to go into any detail for our proposed model runs, but just give you one slide on those, but I'm happy to answer any questions that might come up. So again, we looked at and evaluated proposed models for Bristol Bay Red, Tanner, St. Matt Blue, and snow crab. I'll consider snow crab separately, but just have the first three up here now. So for Bristol Bay, we're going to be bringing forward two tier 3 models for spec setting in October. That's the 2023 accepted model, and then an additional model that removes an earlier time block for molt probabilities from 1975 through 1980, if I have that correct by memory. The idea was that when that time block for molt probabilities was accepted, it was fairly recent and made a difference to the assessment. But now it's far back of time that it really doesn't seem to make any difference to the assessment. Bristol Bay will also bring forward a simple tier 4 fallback model, which just estimates mature male biomass with a smooth fit to the survey data. The SSC has asked for that tier 4 fallback for all the tier 3 crab stocks, and we're bringing that forward in response to that request. The idea here is if we run into another situation where we have very unusual survey results for crab, we have a simpler tier 4 model that will give us a fallback for spec setting. For Tanner crab, quite a similar situation. We're bringing forward the accepted model, the tier 3 model from 2023. That includes updated Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation data that allow us to estimate selectivity for the NMFS survey data. The authors made very good progress on bringing this stock assessment into GMAX, but that won't be ready for spec setting this cycle. And again, we'll see a tier 4 fallback in September and October. And then finally, St. Matthew Island Blue King crab, which is a tier 4 stock. We're going to see 2 tier 4 models brought forward, including the accepted model from 2016. I'll go into snow crab in just a little more detail. We spent quite a bit of time working on snow crab. That remains really our highest profile assessment. How to put it? That raises the highest profile issues in assessments, I think, for Bering Sea crab. It's fair to say. So, in terms of proposed models that we'll see in September and October, we're just going to bring forward last year's accepted model. Accepted tier 3 model. And as you may recall, this model was a really big step forward in terms of a realistic approach to modeling the biology of the crab, in particular capturing the terminal molt in this species. And it's a huge wrinkle where these crab terminally molt quite often at a size that's not vulnerable to the fishery. So we get this big disconnect between the currency of management and vulnerability of the fishery. I'll cover that in a little more detail in another slide. And then we're also bringing forward 2 versions of the tier 4 fallback option. And that's in response to input from the SSC and the nature of those two versions of that simpler model. The author spent a really tremendous amount of effort writing up a narrative description of the approach to modeling this stock. And this is in response to an SSC request where there have been a number of comments from stakeholders over recent cycles expressing difficulty with the opacity of the modeling approach, difficulty in understanding the modeling approach, difficulty in trusting the modeling approach. So I'm not going to go into that narrative at all here, but there's a really good sort of intuitive document that's on our agenda. And I just want to put that out there for anyone involved in the process who's interested to check that out. And then we spent quite a bit of time on the currency of management. I'll just have one slide on that for you. And then the author also presented some population projections under continued sea ice decline. I'll present one slide there. So this is the currency of management problem in a nutshell, if you will. So these plots on the right are mature male biomass estimates over the full-time series of the model that differ based on the currency of management that's used from that same model. So that top left panel is morphometric maturity, and that's the current currency of management that's used in the assessment. So once snow crab make this final molt to maturity, males have a larger claw relative to body size. And you can identify them based on that claw size to body size ratio. And you know they're never going to grow again. And if they've matured at a size that's smaller than the fishery operates on, they'll never be vulnerable to the fishery. And so that creates a real disconnect that we've been grappling with for a couple cycles now. The other colored plots are output from the same model, estimating the abundance of different potential size classes that you could use for currency of management from 85 millimeters all the way up to 105 millimeters. As a reminder, industry preferred size right now is 101 millimeters. The solid lines are the BMSY proxy and the dashed lines are the minimum stock size threshold. So you get really different answers in terms of stock status based on the currency that's used. CPT spent a lot of time on this, and we came up with an approach based on building on the Clark 1991 yield curve analysis that was used to first set B35 as the proxy for BMSY for tier 3 crab stocks. As you already heard, the SSC approved that, gave us some more suggestions, and we are hoping to see that from the stock assessment author in September and October for potential use for setting specs. So hopefully progress through this issue of currency of management. And then just one slide here on a research model that the stock assessment author presented to us. So he's really done fantastic work with a male-only research model that he's used to try to understand the causes of the collapse in snow crab. And that was the basis of his science paper last year. And that paper really demonstrates evidence for density dependence and then environmental effects on different population dynamic parameters for this stock. And we're talking about environmental covariates, we're talking about Arctic oscillation effect on recruitment, and then sea ice effect on recruitment and mortality for this stock. So the right-hand panel, the authors projected a decline in sea ice from current mean values through to the minimum yet observed in 2060 and has projected out the status of the stock under a variety of different assumptions about effects of environmental covariates on population dynamics. The take-home message being that for the traditional fishing grounds in the southeastern Bering Sea, we should expect to see very steep declines over a decadal timescale following, I should say, an initial rebound that's based on that density-dependent effect on mortality. Now that density is very low, and we're seeing small crab appear on the survey, and we're seeing colder, icier conditions in the Bering Sea, we continue to be hopeful to see rebuilding of the stock over a short time scale, say the next 4 or 5 years. But then longer term with continued decline of ice, so that the outlook remains poor. That's all I have for proposed model runs. And then I've just got 2 slides for the balance of the crab plan team report. And both of these slides have to do with the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation research update that was presented to crab plan team. I'm presenting these today to you in response to a request from the council that research updates that are germane to decisions about proposed conservation measures or other proposed management measures that require information about distributions in crab populations outside of the traditional survey season continue to be brought forward. Scott Goodman is here, I think, although I think the difference between who was here yesterday and who's here today is pretty big. So I haven't actually seen him today. But if he is here, and I think he was planning on providing testimony, and so if he's able to do that, that'll be a chance for you to ask him questions. But just 2 slides here. The first one is summarizing the second collaborative pot sampling effort. As you know, this is a March and April, late winter, early spring sampling effort for Bristol Bay red king crab, really aimed at filling this knowledge gap about what distributions might be outside of the summer survey season, what distributions might be like during the season when fisheries interactions are important for decisions that come before the council. This year, this is a cooperative research program between BSFRF, ADF&G, and NOAA. And last year we used only pot vessels, and we had this very skewed sex ratio where we caught something like 3 to 1 males to females. So this year we added a trawl vessel, used this Nephrops trawl that BSFRF's used very successfully for crab research over the years. And you can see in the numbers there that the trawl sex ratio was much closer to unity. I'll just say briefly, this is a plot of all the crab, red king crab caught on the survey, plotted against bottom temperatures. It was a colder winter this year than we had for CPS1. So you can see those colder temperatures are obviously driving reduced distribution of crab. As we fill out this time series, we're planning on CPS3, and I think it's likely that CPS4 and CPS5 will go forward. We'll start to get data that will allow us to resolve interannual effects of temperature on distributions, give us a better understanding of what drives crab distributions during the winter. Then just briefly, I'll say that we've got 2 NPRB collaborative projects that are going on in Bristol Bay this year. One looking at juvenile and larval settlement patterns with cam sled and larval collectors, and then we're continuing our satellite tagging work. And then the last research slide that I have is just to note that the survey monetization work that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is conducting gives us a real opportunity to evaluate apelio densities on the upper slope. And so we are comparing, the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is comparing the traditional polynori stern slope gear with our traditional 83-112 shelf gear in these colored areas in the southern slope and the northern slope, both on those shelf stations in the gridded pattern, and then in the upper slope waters in the other polygon there. That upper northwest area is really important to apelio. This is where the fishery was operating during the last year it was open. The fishery was operating right against the Russian border. It was operating deeper than it traditionally had, and we don't have good data for paleo distributions in those waters. So in addition to the side-by-side work that NOAA is doing, BSFRF is adding on an effort to have a pot vessel and a trawl vessel with a NEFROPS trawl to do side-by-side work with us as a pilot study to evaluate the paleo density in that area. So I'd be happy to take any questions, and just like to give one final thank to Sarah Ryan-Smith Gardner, who's done a fantastic job as our staff coordinator over the years, and be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Littow. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. On the slide, well, I don't think it's numbered, on the decadal scale population projections, is that moving us into I mean, I heard your word of caution. We can see a short window for rebound, but on the whole, we will be looking at continued crab declines. Maybe not the crashes we saw, or maybe so in a paleo, but I didn't know if that's what you were getting at, whether we would expect to see this kind of rebound and then potentially more huge drops off because of this density dependence issue, or whether we would see a slow decline, kind of like we've seen in Bristol Bay red king crab over the last decade.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And through the chair, I guess the first thing to say is we always have to be really humble when we try to project the future. You know, it's so difficult to do. But I think the first part of your question is correct. We are hopeful that we are in a good place to see a short-term rebound. We have extremely strong scientific expectations that the Bering Sea will continue to lose sea ice. This species only exists in marginal sea ice areas. That is its habitat. The sea ice will likely not continue to decline in a gradual way. It'll probably decline in a sort of fits and starts way, some good years and then some really bad years. We should, I think the scientific community working on snow crab is in agreement that we should expect that when we see those really poor those really poor ice years, we should expect to see spikes in mortality. So it's hard to know exactly how gradual the decline will be or how jagged. I think probably more some big mortality events, something like what we've seen in the past. The take home though is that over, say, the next couple of decades, we should expect to see the traditional grounds support fewer snow crab.
And I guess a related question is whether some of these variables are things that you feel like are able to be, or are we working toward incorporating them in the assessment, or are these still just external kind of risk factors?
Yeah, thanks. That's another very good question. And so Cody Zawalski, who's the lead author here, has been pretty clear in expressing his opinion that including the environmental covariates in the model doesn't help us in terms of year-by-year spec setting, because we already have the survey that told us what happened. We know we've got a good estimate for how many crab are out there, and the survey is very effective for this stock because it's sampled by so many stations. I think where we can start to use this information about environmental covariates for management is in terms of say a risk table analysis that'll be coming forward for crab. That's something I didn't mention in my presentation, but we're expecting to see draft risk tables for the next cycle for the crab stocks. So the next time we see a situation where the Bering Sea is ice-free up to Bering Strait in March, I think we're going to have a very strong expectation that we're going to see a poor outcome for the stock, and that might inform an ABC discussion.
Thank you. My last question, and it's okay, I guess, if we need to wait till Dr. Goodman is around, but on the CP2, I recognize that's only 1 year, but do you recall if our first attempt at the winter survey looked pretty similar in terms of distribution, or looked very different in terms of temperature? I just can't recall what that looked like.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, there were differences, and I don't want to try to recreate those from memory because I'll get them wrong, but it was a colder year and we do see this just obvious response to temperature popping out. I will say in the presentation that's on our agenda, there are a number of plots for size, sex categories. So you can look at immature females, mature females, and compare those with last year. So, these data just came off the boat in April. Analysis hasn't really started, but we are seeing a contrast that I think will be fruitful for our analysis going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you again for your report. We're ready for our AP report. Any members of the public wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of the AP report. Thank you.
Through the chair again, good morning. For the record, Paul Wilkins, Advisory Panel Vice Chair. On agenda item C2, the AP did take action on this, and the motion reads as follows. Under C2 BSAI crab specs, the advisory panel reviewed the CPT report and recommends the council adopt the 2024 Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab Safe Report Chapter, as well as approve the 2024-2025 AI Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab OFL and ABC as recommended by the SSC. And that motion passed 21-0.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wilkins? Seeing none, thank you for your report.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
I don't see anyone signed up for U2C1 or no. Don't see any members of the public signed up to testify on C2. So that would bring us to action. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. I'll wait for that to be posted. The motion reads, the council accepts the Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab Safe Report and adopts the 2024-25 OFL of 3.725 thousand metric tons and an ABC of 2.794 thousand metric tons as recommended by the SSC. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Baker.
Thank you. As we usually do for this agenda item, these harvest specifications are based on the best scientific information available, including the recommendations from the SSC for OFL and ABC. The Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab stock was above the minimum stock size threshold in 2023 and 24, and thus was not overfished. Also noting that the current 2023-24 total catch mortality for Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab is well below the OFL, so it is unlikely that overfishing occurred. However, overfishing will be evaluated in the September SAFE when final harvest data from the ongoing groundfish fisheries are available. I just like to note that, as always, we very much appreciate the work of the assessment author, crab plan team and SSC on this topic, and also wanted to note and appreciate the ongoing efforts by Aleutian Island Golden King Crab fishing vessels and ADF&G staff to conduct an annual fishery dependent survey that supports the SSC's recommendation to place a high priority on incorporating information from this cooperative survey into the assessment. Happy to take any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the motion? Seeing none. Any comments? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion and rationale. Appreciate it. We will need a roll call vote on this motion. So Ms. Evans.
On the motion to recommend Aleutian Golden King Crab, ABC and OFL, to vote, starting with Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen,
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Sukata,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Vanderhoven. Yes. Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Drobninka.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Any further action on C2? Seeing none, see here, we have a little time before our typical lunch break. Let me pause for just a moment and see if staff is available to start on C3, whether or not that makes sense.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I did have my hand up on C2. This is Rachel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Baker.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Just really briefly, I don't have any further action. I just wanted to, I don't know if this is helpful for Dr. Litzo and the crowd plan team co-chairs, but I found the additional information in the crowd plan team report in terms of the ongoing research very informative. And I know that the council has requested to be kept informed about that. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for that and say that I think that was a useful way to keep the council informed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. So I don't think staff is quite available for us. So what we'll do is just break a little early and we'll come back at 1 p.m. And begin our presentation on C3. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to begin our presentation on agenda item C3. We have Sarah Marinan here to introduce this issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council, Sarah Marinan, council staff. With me is Alicia Miller with National Marine Fisheries Service. This is the initial review for Area 4 vessel use caps, C3 on your agenda. And the analysis and presentation was prepared by Anna Henry, council analyst. I'm just filling in here for the presentation for the council. This agenda item was taken up in March by the IFQ committee and in April by the AP. We ran out of time here at the council on the agenda, but as you can see on the e-agenda, the AP's motion from the April meeting is posted, and there's also public comment from April in addition to new public comment at this meeting. So there's quite a bit there on the e-agenda. So I'm going to give the staff presentation. Alicia is going to be available for additional questions. After the staff presentation, I just have one slide where I can cover the IFQ committee report, and I think Carla Bush is available remotely, and so she could contribute to that. Anything else she wants to say to the IFQ committee report portion as well. So to begin, jumping right into the deep end here, this is the regulatory description of the halibut vessel use caps. In the halibut and sablefish IFQ program, there's several different types of use caps. This action is specifically focused around halibut vessel use caps, which are defined here on the slide. The specific language is important as we're thinking about changes to the interpretation of how they function and associated impacts. So first, they limit the total IFQ of halibut harvested on a vessel to 0.5% of the combined catch limits for area 2C, 3A, 3B, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. Except that there's a smaller limit in area 2C of 1% of the 2C catch limit. And then there's a separate limit of 50,000 pounds of IFQ halibut derived from a CQE, and the above caps also apply. So as you can see here in this slide too, it shows the vessel IFQ use caps and what they were in terms of pounds for the 2024 season. So this shows you that for area 2C, there was a vessel use cap of 35,000 pounds, and for all areas, the coastwide cap was 86,480 pounds. So these vessel caps were put in place to limit the overall harvest on a single vessel, to prevent large amounts of IFQ from being fished on only a few vessels, to protect small producers, part-time and entry-level participants who may otherwise be eliminated from the fisheries because of potential excessive consolidation of harvesting privileges under the IFQ program. An exception is if the individual IFQ holder received an allocation in excess of the vessel cap, they may harvest their allocation on one vessel. That's pretty common in rationalization programs when an individual or entity is grandfathered in above the caps. So the council is probably pretty familiar with this issue because we've had a lot of recent similar actions here, and those are detailed in the analysis in section 121. The vessel caps were removed in area 4B, 4C, and 4D in 2020, and the vessel caps were removed in those areas in addition to area 4A in 2021 through 2027, or until the council takes any subsequent action here that replaces and supersedes that action. So the rationale was a bit different for these two different time periods. From 2020 to 2022, the rationale was focused around the impacts on harvesters, processors, and communities as a result of the pandemic and the travel restrictions and the health mandates and operating challenges that were attributed. And for this most recent action that applies for 2023 to 2027, the rationale was around providing flexibility to IFQ participants in IPHC Area 4 when the council analyzes options for this longer term adjustment to vessel caps. In recent years, the utilization of quota in Area 4 has declined, and conditions including limited local markets, increased operating costs, and reductions from historical tax have contributed to fewer vessels participating in the Area 4 fisheries. So it was a slightly different and broader rationale for this more recent action. This slide includes the purpose and needs statement. I'm not going to read it to you, but it covers a lot of the things that I just spoke to in terms of the rationale. So these are the alternatives the council is considering at this time. Alternative 1 is no action, and this is different than other times because after 2027, it would not be regulatory status quo. If the council chose no action, the vessel use caps would continue to be removed in Area 4 through 2027 through the IFQ season, and then they would go back into effect in 2028 as a 0.5% of the combined total catch limits of halibut for IFQ regulatory areas 2C, 3A, 3B, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. The action alternative 2, would create a vessel cap, a halibut vessel cap for Area 4 of different options being considered are 4%, 5%, or 6% of the Area 4 halibut TAC. Or option 2 of alternative 2 would be 150% of the coastwide halibut vessel cap. So that equates to 0.75 of the combined TAC. And then there's sub options that can apply to either option. The first one, specify that halibut IFQ held by a Area 4B CQE does not accrue towards this Area 4 vessel cap. And sub option 2 is the action can be reviewed in 3 or 5 years after the implementation of this action, or it would be included in the next halibut sablefish IFQ program review. So those are the alternatives on the table. This table shows, the table 3 on the slide shows what the caps would have been in pounds under each of the alternatives that are being considered. The top row shows 2023 catch limits, and the bottom row, which isn't included in the analysis, but this shows for 2024 calculations. So it goes through IFQ catch limits and what these percentages would be in terms of pounds under the different limits. You can see, relative pounds as associated with the options. So before we get further into the analysis, this presentation walks through the application of the proposed alternatives and highlights some points of clarification for the council. This part is important. The option has some complications that require kind of getting into the weeds of trying to understand the intent here and being able to communicate what would happen and how each option would be implemented. So in this first example, this is how alternative 1 worked prior to the exemptions in 2020 and how it would work if the council took no action and what would be in place from 2028 on. So the coastwide vessel cap limits the total coastwide harvest by a vessel regardless of where it was caught up to 0.5% of the coastwide catch limit. And that's meant to be represented by the red bar here. And this series of figures I'm going to show you is meant to be just an illustration so you can see the different options relative to each other. They don't correspond with a specific number or amount. It's just meant to illustrate the point here. So then, as we just talked about, there's a smaller limit in Area 2C. That's 1% of the 2C catch limit, and that's represented in purple here. So catch in Area 2C counts towards the coastwide catch. It's not additive to the limit in other areas. But catch in other areas doesn't count towards the 2C limit. So that's different than the description of the analysis where catch in other areas does count towards the 2C limit. If you've already fished up to the 2C limit elsewhere, you can still fish in 2C as long as the catch isn't more than the coastwide limit. the next example is how alternative 1 works currently and through 2027, where the current exemptions would expire. So due to the temporary exemption in Area 4, there's no vessel cap in Area 4, and so catch in Area 4 doesn't accrue towards a coastwide cap. And that's represented here by the blue bars, so that could be in excess of the coastwide cap. And then the third example here, labeled as alternative 2, would be which would be implemented a different limit in Area 4 that's larger than the existing coastwide cap. The specific limit depends on the option selected, and it's represented here by the second dotted line. So basically, based on the accounting process for catch relative to the caps, if a vessel wants to take advantage of a larger cap in Area 4, they would have to go into Area 4 last. So under alternative 2, it's currently interpreted and considered in the analysis. That means the order of harvest matters. There are some clarifications and assumptions that the analysis outlines in some of these considerations. So the first is that the area caps aren't additive. So a vessel couldn't land the existing coastwide cap plus a new additional Area 4 cap that would effectively make the cap much larger. And this isn't what was analyzed in the document. So if this was what was intended by the council, that clarification would help. So therefore, the harvest from a single vessel couldn't be greater than the largest area cap. And to operate in an area, a vessel's overall annual catch to date must be less than the area's cap. So if a vessel already caught the existing coastwide limit, they could not fish outside area, and they could not fish outside area, and they could not fish outside Area 4. They could only fish in Area 4 only until their catch reached the Area 4 limit. And a vessel's total harvest applies to the cap in each area that it operates, regardless of where the harvest was caught. So therefore, Area 4 harvest would count towards the Area 4 specific cap, as well as the caps in other areas. So this is consistent with the regulatory definition of vessel caps, and it may affect the order of areas in which a vessel can harvest the catch, if catching up to an Area 4 cap. If a vessel wanted to take advantage of the additional pounds under the Area 4 cap, they would have to go into Area 4 last. They couldn't fish in Area 3 and then in Area 4 beyond the coastwide cap and then go back and fish in Area 4. And as I think these images are trying to illustrate, that has to do with the way that IFQ is accounted for at the time of delivery, take into account the pounds that have been landed previously in the season. So it may be more straightforward to treat the limits as additive or only applicable to area harvest. However, this could result in effectively larger limits and hasn't been analyzed. So a few additional clarification points that are highlighted in the analysis. One is that the Area 4, when it's being referenced, it includes Area 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. As we know, Area 4E is CDQ, all CDQ currently, and vessel caps only apply to IFQ. So it's not specified in the motion or the document, but the analysts assume that any limit applies in Area 4 includes Area 4E, if there were 4E IFQ at some point. This is mainly a point of clarification in terms of how the regulations are written. For alternative 2, sub-option 1, it states that IFQ halibut derived from quota share held by a CQE in Area 4B would not accrue to the Area 4 vessel cap. So the analysts assume that IFQ halibut derived from quota share that's held by a CQE in 4B would accrue towards the cap in other areas. Therefore, a vessel that has harvested CQE in 4B could harvest additional IFQ in Area 4 up to the Area 4 cap. However, that vessel must have headroom under the other area caps to harvest IFQ in other areas. The proposed action would not modify other aspects of the IFQ program, and this slide highlights a few of the other parts of the program that are just relevant in terms of how they may interact, but as highlighted in the slide, they're not being proposed to be changed. So other restrictions are in place in the program and are intended to prevent excessive consolidation of harvesting privileges and maintain the diversity of IFQ fleets, and that would be unchanged. So that includes, for example, the transfer restrictions. So transfer or leasing of CV IFQs generally been prohibited, except under a few conditions. As the council may recall, there have been temporary transfer exemptions for halibut and sablefish IFQ that were permitted in 2020 and 2021 fishing seasons. Those are back in place, but there is some flexibility under medical transfer provisions. Also, the vessel class categories would remain in place. So that institutes harvesting vessel size limits by quota class category. There's some flexibility in the program in terms of fish up and fish down provisions that have been amended throughout the program. Those are documented in the analysis. And also quota use caps would remain in place. And the use caps limit the amount of quota share that can be held or used by an individual. So that means harvesting 100% of the TAC will still require multiple individuals to hold quota share. I'm going to walk through a few tables from the background section of the analysis. This table 8 shows what the annual catch limits have been and the vessel caps that have resulted since 2013, both at the coast-wide level and then the more restrictive Area 2C cap. This table goes all the way through 2024. I think it just goes through 2023 in the document, but you can see from figure 3, which is an illustration of these caps, that they've been relatively stable over the past 10 years. But if you look at the longer time frame, the pounds associated with that cap have dropped quite a bit. Table 9 in the document shows IFQ TAC by area and minimum number of vessels that would be required to fully harvest each area's TAC under the vessel caps. So that would be if every vessel harvested up to the cap, that's the minimum number required to harvest it. So what's shown on the slide is for area 2C, 3A, and 3B. Then the table also shows the actual number of vessels that harvested IFQ in each area and the percent of TAC landed. And the kind of take homes from this slide are that there's been a decline in the number of harvesting vessels, more vessels participating than the minimum required to fully harvest the TAC in each area. And there's also been a slight decline in the percent of TAC landed. This is the same information, but presented for area 4. This is a similar decline in the number of vessels actually harvesting halibut and more vessels participating than the minimum required. Just the overall scale of participation for area 4 is much different than for area 2 and for area 3. And you can also see a larger relative decline of percent of TAC landed, even in years with no vessel cap. Table 10 on page 28 shows the number of vessels harvesting in each area and percent of the cap harvested. This includes the vessels total harvest, not just the area listed. And vessels participating in multiple areas are listed in each area. So the total number of boats operating in each area is in the 0% category, and the number operating closer to the cap you can see as 50%, 75%, or 90%. So just for example, if you're looking at this table, in 2022, 16 of the 58 vessels that harvested some amount of halibut in area 4A harvested up to 90% of the coastwide cap. So there's still numerous vessels harvesting that are not near the cap in all areas. Table 16 presents the community of vessel owners from 2015 to 2022. There's many Alaskan communities represented here, including Homer and Kodiak and St. Paul as some of the communities with the larger number, and about 30% of the vessel owners living outside of Alaska. Another takeaway from this table is that with the decline in participating vessels, there's been a decline in community representation since 2019. These tables shown on the slide also demonstrate fewer communities processing Area 4 halibut since 2019. And these tables show fewer processors deriving less revenue from halibut than in recent years. These tables demonstrate processor diversification relative to halibut, and the bottom table shows relative to crab. The analysis highlights ex-vessel value trends for halibut from 2010 to 2022. So this figure shows how values have tracked in Area 4. You can clearly see a big drop during COVID in 2020, and then an increase in prices 2022 and 21 and 22. There are box plot figures in the paper that show the distribution of data for areas 4A, 4B, and 4C and D, including 3 years with the existing caps and 3 years without the caps. The horizontal center line represents the median. The box represents the middle 50%. There's 25% above and 25% below the median. And then the vertical lines represent the lower and higher 25% of scores, including outliers, which are shown as circles. So trip duration is calculated as days between fishing start and landed date. Distance to port is calculated as average straight line distance in nautical miles from the center of the ADF&G stat area where fishing occurred to the port where the fish was landed. Generally, there's no obvious trends throughout the time series in Area 2 or 3 or in Area 4A. 4B shows a decrease in the distribution of trip duration and distance in the last 3 years. And Area 4, C, and D shows variable trends with notable increase in all metrics. So trip duration, distance, pounds, and vessel length in 2022. The analysis doesn't get into the weeds on cause and effect. What changes have occurred if what changes would have occurred if the vessel caps had remained in place. It can be tricky to disentangle some of those factors in just looking through the data and trying to understand what might have happened in a counterfactual situation. So now I'll go into the potential impacts of the proposed action. So due to the current removal of vessel caps in Area 4, every option under Alternative 2 represents a restriction from status quo if implemented prior to 2028, as it would implement a vessel cap where currently they're exempt. So currently there's none. But after 2028, when the vessel cap exemption expires, every option under Alternative 2 represents a more flexible cap in Area 4 than Alternative 1 does. Because we don't know the implementation timing of a potential action like this, when comparing the impacts and the alternatives, the analysis mostly focuses on those that would occur after the vessel cap is removed and has expired. Alternative 1 generally represents a vessel cap that's more restrictive in Area 4 than those under the proposed actions through Alternative 2. That's what I went over. The specific limit in pounds of each vessel cap in any given years would depend on the annual area IFQ tax. The difference in caps between the alternatives and options depends on the percentage selected and the relative changes in coastwide TAC and Area 4 TAC. The plot shows the back calculated vessel caps in pounds by alternative and option from 2013 through 2023. All options for vessel limits under Alternative 2 would be larger than Alternative 1, with options 1A, B, and C fluctuating consistently relative to one another, and option 2 varying relative to the other options. But consistently with alternative 1. So the largest cap in 2023 would have been 200,760 pounds under alternative 2, with option 1C, and the lowest would have been 89,030 pounds under alternative 1. So here the top figure shows the back calculated caps as a percent of the area 4 TAC, and the bottom figure shows them as a percent of the coast-wide TAC. So the marginal difference in caps between alternative 2, options 1 through C, relative to alternative 1, depends on the percentage selected and the relative changes of coast-wide TAC and area 4 TAC. To more easily compare the relative differences of these alternatives, historically, figure 13 shows the caps under each alternative on options as a percent of area 4 IFQ TAC, and figure 14, shown here on the slide, shows the cap under each alternative and option as a percent of the coast-wide IFQ TAC. Historically, at the high point in 2006, alternative 2.2 cap would have been 6% of the area 4 TAC. Alternative 1 would have just been over 4%. All options under alternative 2 represent caps that would have been greater than alternative 1, the calculation of 0.5% of the coast-wide TAC, since 2007. Table 27 shows the number of vessels harvesting IFQ in area 4A, B, and C and D, and the minimum number of vessels required to fully harvest each area TAC under the proposed back calculated numbers since 2015. And the asterisks represent areas and years where the caps would have been removed. So as you might expect, higher caps mean fewer vessels required to harvest all of the TAC. Table 28 shows the number of vessels with total harvest greater than what the proposed caps would have been under each alternative. So considering the potential impacts, a changing regulatory environment makes it difficult to predict the likely impacts. It's very challenging to isolate the evidence of the impacts of the vessel caps from the impacts of other management, environmental, and market factors that are happening in the fisheries. What would have occurred without the recent harvest flexibility is difficult for analysts to say. Temporary transfer flexibility and the exemption from the vessel use cap in area 4 together likely had an impact, but there's a lot of other things going on too that can influence harvest levels. Participation in vessel patterns in 2020 to 2022 do not clearly identify the direct impact of area 4 vessel cap exemption because of the other factors. The extent to which these trends are due to vessel and processor capacity and other underlying conditions, or the increased flexibility from the temporary removals of regulatory restrictions in recent years, is unknown. So again, alternative 1 provides the most flexibility for vessels in area 4 in the near term. So that's just through 2027, and the least amount of flexibility in the longer term. So in the longer term, it's the most restrictive cap, and it could limit IFQ consolidation on vessels. That means it could maintain a larger minimum number of vessels to prosecute the fishery and may preserve opportunities for smaller operations, crew, and new entrants. But due to potential changes in the fishery after 4 years of exemption from vessel caps and other underlying conditions, vessel use caps might not ensure additional opportunity for vessels and crew, especially in more remote areas, in the more remote area 4 halibut IFQ fisheries. So it may limit opportunities for efficiency and increase the likelihood that annual allocation is left unharvested if the amount of vessels is low enough, if the amount of available vessels is low enough that the entire allocation can't be spread out amongst the participating vessels while meeting the lowest vessel cap. This depends on how many vessels that do do not operate because individual operators can't justify the cost to operate given the increases in costs and other changes to profitability and processing capacity and other factors. Under alternative 2, vessels would be otherwise constrained by the caps may be able to harvest more. The specific impacts of alternative 2 depend on the options selected, the future tax, and the resulting caps from that. Larger vessel caps could provide more flexibility. It might be particularly useful given the decline in TAC utilization and the number of communities processing IFQ in Area 4. It's unclear if increasing vessel caps will increase TAC utilization. Generally, when TAC is not a constraining factor, larger vessel caps are likely to increase utilization rates relative to constraining caps. But even with the removal of vessel caps in recent years, TAC utilization rates for Area 4 decreased. So clearly there's other contributing factors as well. Implementing different vessel caps in different areas may increase the complexity of operations. Operators will have to plan and track their vessel harvesting patterns to effectively harvest the most IFQ possible while not going over the limits in the more constraining areas. In particular, under the interpretation of order of fishing matters. Allowing larger caps in Area 4 may lead to friction with users in other areas who would be required to operate under the same vessel caps as status quo in an environment of declining tax. For sub-option 1, if sub-option 1 is selected, IFQ halibut derived from quota share held by a CQE in Area 4B would not accrue towards the Area 4 vessel cap. However, the 50,000 vessel cap for CQEs would still apply. So it doesn't apply currently, but in 2028 and beyond, when the vessel caps go back into effect. It would provide more flexibility for vessels harvesting IFQ in Area 4 that may also want to harvest Area 4B CQE. So that could increase the number of vessels available to harvest that CQE. However, it would not provide additional flexibility to CQE in Area 4B in terms of the number of vessels required to harvest their total quota share. This sub-option is applicable only to CQE and 4B, so quota share held by CQEs in other areas would continue to count towards vessel caps. Under sub-option 2, the council can identify a timeline for review of this action as either 3 or 5 years after implementation, or could specify this action be included in the next halibut and sablefish IFQ program review. Selecting a specified review time may alleviate concerns from some of the stakeholders regarding what may be perceived as a permanent change to a fundamental aspect of the program. It's likely that any future IFQ program review would already include an analysis of impacts of vessel limitations. Requiring a review at a specific date dedicates staff resources to reviewing regardless of what the council priorities are at that time. So that's just a trade-off to consider. Regardless of whether or not the council selects the sub-option, the council could choose to review the outcome of this action at any time during a regularly scheduled meeting. And then for the analysis, the final slide I have here is on management enforcement. Vessel use caps are enforced at the point of landing. A vessel must have enough available IFQ in an area in which they are fishing. So alternative 2 may impact the order in which vessels harvest different IFQ areas. And we talked about that at the beginning of the presentation. Management enforcement of vessel cap would become more complex under alternative 2 because it would require tracking separate limits for separate areas. Permanently modifying the landing programming would require NIMS developers approximately 4 weeks of dedicated time to determine the business requirements, modify existing antiquated code, and implement the changes to ensure that participants could land IFQ without reporting errors. Sub-option 1 may require additional complexity in enforcement. However, RAM already tracks CQE landing separately, given different landing limitations for IFQ and CQE. Any actions to modify the program, the IFQ program, would be subject to cost recovery under MSA. And Madam Chair, that's the whole presentation on the analysis. I'll pause to see if there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan. See if there are any questions on the presentation. I'm not seeing any at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really let me off easy there. Okay, I have just one last thing here is the IFQ committee report, and this is posted on the e-agenda. I just wanted to, it's a short report. I just wanted to highlight a few things. So the IFQ committee met March 28th. It was a virtual meeting. They received a presentation of this Area 4 vessel cap issue, and they had discussion around it. So the committee report highlights that they mainly focused around the this sort of difficult concept of the order of harvest and how that matters in terms of the vessel use caps. How the different caps for Area 3 and Area 4 are affect the order in which fishing in both areas in order to harvest and take advantage of the higher limit in Area 4. The committee agreed that a higher vessel cap in Area 4 shouldn't affect the order in which vessels have to harvest IFQ from different areas because it would be operationally challenging. There was some discussion around a potential solution and how to craft language to ensure that wasn't the case and that order wouldn't need to matter. The committee also discussed continuing changes and uncertainty in processing availability and capacity for the IFQ fishery, and recommended that these issues be expanded upon in the next version of the analysis, including incorporation of as much current data as possible. There was some discussion and acknowledgement that vessel caps might not be the only adjustment necessary to increase harvest in Area 4, and this action alone might not ensure that the Area 4 TAC was fully utilized. And then just the committee report also notes some other business that the committee covered. There was a presentation or a link to the IFQ report to the fleet. There was some discussion regarding NIMP's restricted access management and the pace of IFQ transfers and other applications being processed, and increased number of transfers that are happening. That's the end of the report, but I don't know if Carla Bush is online, if she wants to. She's the chair of the IFQ committee. I'm not sure if she wants to speak to that committee at all, but that is a brief summary of the report.
Thank you, Ms. Marinan, and I'll go to Ms. Bush and see if she has anything additional to add.
Yeah, hi, this is Carla. I don't have anything else to add. I think Sarah captured the minutes correctly. The committee was mostly focused on this action potentially affecting the areas in which vessels operate. So that was their primary concern.
Thank you. Any questions on the IFQ committee report? Oh, yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the report. And I just want to clarify in my head, there's a lot of different options and discussions. Our current situation that we are dealing with, there are no vessel caps. However, in the presence of no vessel caps, the area for harvest, the utilization rate still declined even in the absence of any caps at all. So if we choose to do nothing with the alternatives that are in front of us, then it doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be better, or if we choose to do something, it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be better utilization, because even in the absence of a vessel use cap now, we didn't get all the utilization taken care of. Is my head thinking about that correctly?
Madam Chair, Mr. Williams, I think so. I think based on my understanding here, I think it's important to think at different scopes, because if you look at all of Area 4 or each area, there hasn't been 100% harvest of the TAC, of the IFQ TAC in those areas. But if you look at some of the tables that Anna provided in the analysis, some vessels are harvesting over 90% of their individual, up to their individual limits. So some vessels are could benefit from action here in that they could harvest more. And so overall, that might lead to a greater overall harvest in Area 4. I think a point that's being highlighted here is that taking action, the action that the council already took, action the council could take, doesn't ensure that you're going to fully harvest the TAC in any of these areas in Area 4. And it's difficult to even look back and try to understand if the council hadn't taken this action, or what was the marginal change in the ability to harvest the full TAC from the action that already happened. I mean, I think you might be able to ask some stakeholders this question in public testimony when they have more specific stories for you of how they might have been able to take advantage of it or not. But I think it's helpful to think at it at different scopes, because I think there can be distributional impacts among the individual participants that are capped out, and they may benefit, and that there might be an overall benefit as well, but it might not be the action that would ensure full harvest for Area 4 tax on its own.
Just one follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it fair if I characterize where we are in today's situation, at least through 2027? We are in the most liberal situation, if you will, because we have no vessel use caps at this moment. If I characterize that as the most liberal at the moment, any action we take would be at some point restricting, at least after 2027. So right now we're as liberal as we're going to get for the next 3 years, essentially.
Through the chair, yes, that's true.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may add something. Mr. Williams, so hello, everyone. It's nice to be with you. Alicia Miller, National Marine Fisheries Service. And Mr. Williams, to your first question, I just want to point out that Table 8 on page 28 of the analysis, I think, does a good job showing the percent of TAC utilization throughout all the different areas. And if you look at each one of those areas, you can see that TAC utilization has overall gone down since 2019. So pre-COVID, post-COVID situation. But in areas where the vessel use caps were removed in those years, you see a slight increase. And so there are a lot, I think what Sarah is explaining is there are a lot of confounding factors that are contributing to that decline in TAC utilization. And that this is one piece of that pie, and that liberalizing the vessel use caps in Area 4 could help improve it relative to not liberalizing them. But overall, that still may not result in increasing TAC utilization because of those other factors that are also contributing to that.
Thank you for the report and the presentation. So I'd like to remind members of the public wishing to sign up on agenda item C3, please do so in, say, the next 10 minutes or so before 2 p.m. We had an unusual situation where the AP took this action up during our last meeting, and we did not have time at the council. So I don't think it's particularly fair to ask them to recollect and report verbally. So I'd like to use the next 10 minutes or so for council members to pull up that report and read through the rationale. And in the meantime, again, any members of the public wishing to testify, please sign up before 2 p.m. and we will come back and start public testimony at that time. Thank you. Please come back to order. So we are ready to begin our public testimony on C3. We have 6 people signed up, and as a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes, and you'll see a timer on the screen. So we'll begin with Bob Alverson, followed by John Moeller.
Morning, Madam Chairman, or afternoon. My name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. We have a number of our vessel owners that participate in Area 4B and 4C, D, and E, or not 4E, 4C and D. We have vessels on their way right now to 4C and D. We are supporting, if we could, we would recommend as close of an option as you're currently under. This interim period that sunsets in 27, we find very functional. The advisory panel has recommended an alternative that has similar functionality to it with some vessel caps and other things that I think can be made to be functional. So we support the advisory panel recommendation. We're unclear why you would want to analyze a lot of the things that might be going on socially or functionally without in that area. It seems like those types of requests from the advisory panel should be under the 5-year review. Some of the logistics of our fleet, a lot of the Seattle fleet and a lot of the Kodiak fleet, I know, they'll start out on their black cod first, and they won't really target much of their halibut in the Gulf of Alaska. And about this time, there's a 2-month window to run out to the Bering Sea, sometime between the 15th, third week in June to the 3rd week in August is a prime time to run out to the Bering Sea and try to catch what you can. Most of the fleet in 4C and D are trying to catch their fish up at St. Matthew. They're not targeting along the 100-fathom curve anymore because of whale predation. And the density of fish is generally way down in all these areas, 4C, 4B, 4A, which are driving some of these low attainments. The price has dropped this year a full $1 out of Dutch Harbor from last year. So there's a number of vagaries that the council doesn't have a lot of leverage on. We have a number of boats that are working with people out in area 4, 4B and 4C and D, and picking up some riders there too. And those are capped vessels. And they think that they can, in 1 or 2 trips, catch what they need sometime in July, early July to August. So under the current regs, it's working, and we think that you can make it work under what the advisory panel has recommended. The AP has recommended a sub option of looking and analyzing 4A, whether to include it ultimately or not. We'd like to see it included. I think it doesn't cut it out at this time. But I think at the end of the day, when you come back to final action on this, FVOA will be supporting all of the areas of 4 to be included as it is now. As I said, there are a number of problems business-wise to make a decision to go out there. You're going to have to make a $15,000 to $25,000 assumption that those are going to be your grub and fuel expenses and general expenses, bait expenses before you even get to the grounds. So you're going to need a certain amount of fish to cover that. And the weight per unit of effort has been dropping for 10 years out there, particularly in 4B. So those are all the vagaries that the fleet's looking at, and some of the reasons. If you only have 10,000 pounds, you're probably not going to take a boat up there for 10,000 pounds unless you can marry it up with someone else. So that concludes my comments, Madam Chair. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alverson. I'm trying to get my head around how the caps would work. A new Area 4 cap would work in tandem with the other caps. And so maybe I'll just ask it this way. Are you supportive of a situation in which a vessel could fish up to the coast-wide cap? So say they're just in 3A or 3B, and then they could move to Area 4 and fish up to the new Area 4 vessel cap so that they're additive in that way. I'm trying to understand what people are requesting.
So through the chair, the current up to 2027, we are not penalized if we fish more halibut in the Bering Sea. So such that alternative 2 would start to deduct our quota in the Gulf if we left any quota in the Gulf in 3A or 2C, 3B. If you have that much fish in Area 4 that you could round up. So we don't want that situation where the boat has to make a choice to run back to he may start to lose his quota in the Central Gulf if he's acquired enough quota in the Area 4. We want it structured as it is similarly now. You can have a new vessel cap in the Bering Area 4, but not such that if you come and catch that, it starts to erode your cap that you may have in the Central Gulf of Alaska and Southeast. Does that help? Okay.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Alverson. I'll ask you this question, but if you can't, if you feel comfortable answering it, somebody else will come after you and maybe they can mention it too. But I'm also just trying to get a little bit more clarification from the question that Mr. Williams asked earlier, the staff. And the answer that I heard was, if there's no vessel caps now and there's still fish being left in the water, the idea of this change would allow the vessels that are getting close to a cap now and maybe leave a little bit of fish in the water, 10% or whatever, if they had no vessel cap or a higher vessel cap, they could then consider taking riders on to fish their quota after they had their vessel cap, or provide more opportunity for people that are doing that. Or what if they're not catching the fish now, how will they catch the fish by using this action?
So through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, I think what's going on is the people that have adequate poundage are catching a high percent of their poundage in the Bering Sea. But those that have low levels of quota and can't find a boat to put it on or go up because it just doesn't cover the costs of outfitting for a trip, they're letting that fish go fallow. So either you're trying to run up to the area where the highest concentration of the fish are, and you have an adequate amount of fish, and you're probably catching a high percentage of your Area 4A or 4B quota. But if you only have 5,000 or 10,000 pounds and can't find someone to put it on and run, or be a rider on a boat, you're probably not going to expend the risk. It's $5 a gallon, you know. It's the price to go out there is difficult. The other problem the fleet's having is we're losing crew because of wage structure the last 2-3 years in the fleet. So with the demise of the sablefish prices, which our crews were significantly dependent upon, those that part of our wage structure is collapsed. So to get your gross stock up, I think the alternative that the AP is looking at, as well as status quo, allows the fleet a better chance at catching more. Ms. Williams said, it's not going to guarantee that we may catch it because weight per unit of effort, in my opinion, is driving a lot of this problem. It's just the density of halibut are down.
Thank you, Mr. Alverson. I think I have a question. Your answer, the beginning of your answer made a lot of sense to Mr. Mesereau. I'm wondering if there's something that I'm missing about the dynamics of that ride-on relationship that may change under this longer term action for the vessels that you work for. Is there something that is going to be more attractive or more appealing for those vessels that have lower amounts of quota right now to develop relationships that they're not otherwise developing right now?
When I say status quo, it's under the program that expires in 2027. That's working great. And I don't see changes of that causing more fish to be delivered.
Okay, so you're referring the status quo based on the interim measures that we've passed.
Correct.
Okay, so you see the same level of opportunity for that relationship building under current conditions and this longer term solution that's a little more refined.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Appreciate your time. So our next testifier is John Moeller, followed by Heather McCarty.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Moeller. I'm here today speaking on behalf of ADAC Community Development Corporation. And some things haven't changed out there. If they have changed, it's been to the worse relative to no fish plant and fish continuing to be left in the water. I want to start my testimony by trying to answer, some of the comments and questions that have already been asked of testifiers here. It's pretty difficult to completely get our arms around, and I think this is one of the benefits of the glacier rate that this process takes, and we get an opportunity to flesh out some of these questions as the analysis expands. I think they're extremely legitimate questions. Certainly, ADAC, ACDC is not interested in the digression of the intent of the program by overcapitalization, by consolidation, and certainly we've been living under a regime here that has had no caps, no vessel caps. And shockingly, we're seeing, to Mr. Williams' earlier comments and Mr. Mesereau's, we're seeing the lack of effort actually go down. The only explanation I can give you at this point is we're dealing with numerous other factors out here that we're not quite sure how they're playing into the equation here but we believe they are. I think we're going to have an opportunity here. My recommendation here is going to be that we move forward with the AP motion. It's going to expand on the analysis and answer some of these questions, hopefully. And in the meantime, we may have another fishing season under our belt to get a better feel and understanding in terms of why we're not seeing an immediate reaction from the fleet's behavior relative to more effort with no vessel caps out there. We're very grateful for the fact that we have alleviated the CQE residency requirement for the moment. But all these in themselves, the market conditions, the economics and the cost of doing business in Area 4, I think are all playing into the data that we've seen in the staff presentation. So I'm going to keep my comments very brief. I'm sure we all want to get out there and take a hike this afternoon. So I'm going to leave time for any questions there may be, but again, to close with, we are supporting the AP motion. We think that an expanded analysis will just answer some of the questions that have already circulated around the table. So Madam Chair, thank you for time, and I'll try to answer any questions there may be.
Thank you, Mr. Moeller. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. I guess I have a similar question. Maybe it's just I wasn't on the ball enough to ask the AP. Oh, no, we didn't get to ask the AP. So I'll ask you. Part of the AP motion under alternative 2 says vessels may harvest up to the area specific cap in 2C and the coastwide cap in area 3 or 4. And any further harvest over the coastwide cap must be harvested in area 4. And I'm trying to understand if that means the caps are additive and that's something you support, or whether the caps are not additive. And if you don't want to answer that.
I'll do my
fine.
best.
Okay.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that's another one of these adequate, appropriate questions of which maybe we need to flesh out a little further. I may have missed it in the current analysis here in terms of what whether it's additive or not additive may mean or not mean. So I think probably at this point, the best I can answer your question is either we need to do some more work in terms of what that looks like, because I don't specifically, and the group I work for doesn't specifically have a position. In fact, we haven't really discussed it, but I do believe it's a question that needs to be further fleshed out.
Thank you. And Mr. Sugata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Can you give my knowledge of ADAC, and it wasn't all that long ago, it was a fairly vibrant community with schools, processors, scheduled airlines. Is there currently a place that could receive halibut for process in ADAC?
Through the chair, Mr. Sugata, there is no facility to receive. We are, however, in the midst of discussions of looking at, and I think I've testified in front of this council previously, on trying to find a model that actually works for ADAC. Fresh fish being flown out, conversations with air carriers, and the like. So we are still having discussions in terms of what that a different plant might look like out there. We're pretty convinced that the existing footprint and the infrastructure that's there is not the right fit. So we are in the midst of having these discussions. We hired a lifetime processor to advise us in terms of looking through a different lens, if you will, and I think the state of the fish being what it is globally, I think many of us are looking, not just in ADAC, many of us are looking at how do we do things differently relative to the different species we may have coming into our community. So we're doing that in ADAC right now. What that looks like remains to be seen, but we're in that process, and the exercise has begun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, in your testimony, you mentioned the temporary residency exemption that's in place for the CQE in ADAC, and wondering if you could just help provide some context or your interpretation of once that goes back into effect, that residency requirement, how will it interact with from your perspective, the interactions, or how will it interact with the options under alternative 2? So if, depending on the percentage, how that vessel, those 2 or 3 resident vessels will benefit additionally from alternative 2.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. The ADAC is it's on the verge of tipping over relative to the survival of the community. I think they're down to about 30 people in the community. So and just a handful of them are fishermen, or think they are. The residency requirement is certainly is critical at this point. The hope here obviously is that, with these different provisions putting into place here in terms of, the ability for the CQE and residents of ADAC to actually prosecute some of these fisheries, is that the community starts to thrive. To Mr. Sugata's earlier comment about it once was fairly thriving, the school was open and stuff. None of that's there right now. So ADAC is truly on the verge of slipping off the fence here. And so some of these provisions are fairly critical to be put into place in hopes that it may revitalize some interest and ability for people to actually move back out there. So it's really where it's at. The combination of all these different provisions that you guys are addressing right now, at this point, we can just be hopeful that they're enough to get the trajectory of this, where this community is going, turned around. Hopefully that answered your question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. And that was really helpful. I may not have asked it very clearly, so I apologize. I was trying to understand the effect of the CQE provision, potential provision that's included in this program. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood it. Once the residency requirements go into place, you would have a 50,000 pound cap under the quota that the pool that you hold, the CQE holds. And so that vessel would then, if that CQE was exempted under an area 4 cap, would be able to harvest up to that new area 4 cap. And that CQE wouldn't count towards that cap. Is that correct? So it'd be that 50,000, that 2 or 3 vessels that are fishing that quota pool could then go into that area 4. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry I misunderstood your question or didn't fully answer it the first time, but that is correct. That would be our desire.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. So next up is Heather McCarty, followed by Mateo Paz-Saldan.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking on behalf of Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, the CDQ group on St. Paul. I feel like I need a whiteboard, or something to write on at least, so I can speak to these questions that are being asked about the additive nature of these different caps and so on. But without that, I'm hoping that you've looked at our letter and have read all of the parts of our comment letter, because we do try to address some of these issues regarding how a different cap in Area 4 would interact with the caps in Area 3 and in Area 2C. We tried to do that, and if you would like to ask questions about that, I'm happy to try to answer them. If I think I can do it without a whiteboard, but I'm not sure. So we are hoping that what I'm suggesting is that I tell the story of St. Paul, the most recent situation on St. Paul. As you know, and as is written in our letter, we've tried to address all the different problems that we had during the pandemic with our small boat fleet, not being able to fish for the first 2 years. And then on top of that, we had the closure of the plant in St. Paul. And so we've had to sort of improvise and try to keep a fishery going in St. Paul. There have been very few of the small boats fishing because of these different conditions. But this year we have put together basically a buying station on St. Paul using the Trident facility, the dock. They've graciously allowed us to use their dock. And we bought 2 big ice machines. We bought lots of other equipment, including refrigerated vans and totes and all kinds of things. And our plan is that the St. Paul, one of our big 58 footers, is going to be tied up at the Trident dock. We're going to have the small boat fishermen out there for the first time, in 4 years. We're going to do the small boat fishery again. They're going to pull up to the St. Paul, deliver to the St. Paul. The fish are going to be iced down in the hold. When it's full, the St. Paul goes to Akutan to deliver those fish. That's what we're going to do. That's what we have to do. And then while the St. Paul is gone, we're going to layer those fish in ice that are delivered while that boat's gone and put them in totes. And if we need to, we'll put them in the refrigerated containers and hold them until the St. Paul gets back. And we'll do the whole thing over again. We'll just rotate the St. Paul in and out of St. Paul into Akutan and get all our members fish delivered, all our IFQ and all our CDQ. We did pretty well for the first 3 years of this sort of problem, period. But last year, we didn't do very well with our CDQ. We didn't get all of our CDQ, but we did get all of our members' IFQ. The members of CBSFA who hold IFQ, there's 158,000 pounds of that IFQ that we have to get out of the water and delivered somewhere. And that's our problem. And we hope that we're solving it with this interim process until and if the Trident plant opens again, which we hope it does. That's another story. But if we can't do that, we would like to have the ability to have the vessel cap higher than it was before it was removed. And that's about as simply as I can put it. Right now, there is no vessel cap. And we, like many other IFQ holders, like many other people who believe in the IFQ program, don't want to see no vessel cap, because we recognize that that leads to consolidation, fewer small boats on the water, and that's not what we're about. We would like to have a vessel cap that fits the conditions in Area 4. There have been a lot of questions about, you know, how do we know this is going to solve our problem? And, you know, in answer to that, I can only say, I think like others have said, we don't know that it will, but we want to do everything we can first to keep our small boat fishery going. And if we can't do it with small boats because of weather, because of whales, because of no place to deliver, because of all the problems that we have out there, we want to be able to put it on one of our big boats and catch all of our members' IFQ so that they have the benefit of owning that IFQ and getting the money for it. And so that's about as simply as I can put it. And so that's why we first brought this to the council, and that's still our situation. And so, you know, there are no guarantees of anything. We've tried our best for the last 4 years to get all the fish out of the water. We haven't in 2023, but we did better than a lot of people. You know, Area 4 in other communities, they also have some of these same problems. They're all different though. You know, 4A is different. And, you know, people have suggested that maybe 4A should be looked at separately. We don't have a problem with that. If you want to look at it, I think that's fine. However, in our letter, we also talk about if you look at having 4A not included in the calculation of the Area 4 TAC, which is the basis for the new caps that are being proposed, you also need to consider that if Area 4A comes out, then that calculation is so much smaller that we would need a higher percent. Right now, our preferred alternative is 5% of the Area 4 TAC. And if Area 4A was removed from the calculation, it would need to go up to 8%, because that's how much Area 4A brings to the total calculation of the Area 4 TAC. That's explained quite a bit more in the letter, but I don't think I have time to go into the details here. So basically, we support most of the aspects of the AP motion, except for the suggestion towards the end where they say we need to take this to the IFQ committee so that they can consider all the other reasons why maybe the fish isn't getting taken out of the water in Area 4. That's not a bad idea, but perhaps it should be done during the IFQ review, because, you know, there are lots of other conditions out there that affect people's ability to catch and deliver and sell the fish. That's a problem that is an IFQ program problem. I don't know. Maybe we ought to look at it there, not as part of this action, which is focused solely on vessel cap as a solution to part of the problems, at least. I hope I've helped a little bit. There's a lot of aspects to this. It sounds simple, but it's not. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Sukata.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I guess I'm just having tried to run halibut in a very rural area in the past. We relied on air. And I noticed that St. Paul has a Raven with essential air service through 2025. But can you give me, first question, can you give me an idea of the dependability of those flights? And number two, do you have any scheduled cargo flights into St. Paul?
Madam Chair, Mr. Sukata, the reliability, I don't want to libel anybody here, but it's not good. The weather is really terrible, as you know, sometimes, even in the summer. And sometimes there's at least 10 days between flights into and out of St. Paul. As far as I know, there's no regularly scheduled cargo flights out of St. Paul. I might be the wrong person to ask on that, but I don't think there are. In the past, from time to time, people have flown seafood products fresh out of St. Paul, but it's been, I believe, on a charter basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCarty, thank you for describing the current conditions in your community and the intent to revitalize your fleet and the ideal situation where you have all of your small boats working and delivering on shore. I think we're all looking forward to that from a bunch of different community levels right now. In a scenario where that occurs and everything aligns perfectly, and we're a couple years down the road, has your team, and I know that a potential review of this and is part of within our purview always, but also explicitly outlined in the AP's motion. Has your team discussed any potential negative implications of keeping a higher vessel use cap in place under conditions where your fleet is operating as it has historically?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We, in our letter, suggest a 3-year review. It's, 3 to 5 years is being suggested. We are in favor of doing a 3-year review for some of the reasons you've talked about, that conditions are changing all the time. We don't know what they're going to look like, and we don't know exactly whether we're going to need this provision always. But the conditions that make it difficult to have the small boat fishery the way it used to be are based on conditions in the world market, conditions in the crab fishery that are well beyond considerations of the IFQ program. As we've been talking about over the last couple of days in this workshop that we've had, the flexibility of our management programs is what we've been talking about, basically. How do you react to changing conditions? How do you do different things in reaction to up, down in the market, up, down in the resource, et cetera? And so the only way you can make it flexible is to have a management program that you can change quickly without doing it all over again. And so maybe you have triggers somehow in management programs. We don't have anything like that in the IFQ program. So I think the only thing we can do is review it at 3 years and see, A, whether the conditions that led to this are the same or similar, and B, whether the other conditions in the resource and in the world market and all of the other economic conditions that we're looking at are the same. I mean, it's almost impossible to prognosticate to that extent. And so I think a frequent review of this, and maybe many other things as well, is called for. I mean, I've been thinking about this in a little bit different way since the workshop that we've had. But we thought a long time ago that this might be a good candidate for a 3-year review. I don't know if that answers your question. Yeah,
it does. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. How many smallboat fishermen are there that participate in this fishery when it's healthy and going?
When it was, Madam Chair, Mr. Jensen, when it was at its most robust on St. Paul, I believe there were 20-some individual vessels and a town of about 350 people. And each of those vessels had at least 2 crew members. And then quite often they had a baiter that would be on island who would do the baiting, not on the boat, but in between openers and so on. So up to 4 or 5 people on each one of those vessels. So up to a third of the adult population.
Follow up? What size of boats are they using?
These boats ranged from, back in the day, open skiffs of 20 feet, up to, I think some of the biggest boats still are 35, 32, 35 feet. These are not vessels that can go to St. Matthews and catch fish and then take it to Akutan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Mateo Pasaldan, followed by Kirill Sargent.
Unmute. Hello, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Thank you for taking me remotely. I'm a little bit under the weather and I don't want to spread my bug around. My name is Mateo Pasaldan. I'm speaking on behalf of the city of St. Paul. St. Paul is a mostly Winungan Aleut community of approximately 345 residents. And since the late 1980s, its economy has been largely dependent on the revenues and taxes generated by the BSAI crab fisheries. However, the activities surrounding the local CDQ, IFQ fishery are key to St. Paul's sense of self, its way of life, and its subsistence traditions. Despite the current uncertainty surrounding the halibut ABM action, there's much excitement in the community this summer, and dare I say a pinch of optimism due to the preparations for the halibut fishery that Ms. McCarty described earlier. This is huge and a big morale booster for St. Paul and its local fishermen. St. George fishermen will also be participating in this halibut program, so this is important to that community as well. Carpe diem, community is taking things one day at a time, one season at a time. From the city's perspective, we support the testimony provided earlier by CBSFA concerning further analysis, including St. Paul's preliminary preference for alternative 2, option 1B, a vessel use cap set at 5% of the area for halibut TAC. In the longer term, the city's interest is to see the restoration of a thriving halibut fishery. This is a critical part of how the objectives of National Standard 8 to provide for the sustained participation of St. Paul in the Bering Sea fisheries resources are to be fulfilled. The city invested considerable funds in the past to help build a $21 million small boat harbor designed to serve the needs of the local halibut fishermen. The city expects and hopes this measure to be temporary, which is why it supports a 3 or 5 year review, and also hopes that the circumstances that gave rise to this measure, the current lack of processing, a declining halibut resource, and other factors will eventually be reverted. To conclude, the city appreciates the efforts by Anna Henry and Sarah Marinan in developing this analysis, as well as their responsiveness to public input. And finally, the city also appreciates all the time dedicated by you, by the council, year after year, starting with the emergency actions in response to the COVID pandemic in 2020, to develop resilience, adaptability, and flexibility, all the things we heard over the last 2 days at the climate change scenarios workshop, in order to assist St. Paul and its fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thanks again.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Kirill Basarjan, followed by Linda Benkin. And Kirill is joining us remotely.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Kirill Basarjan here. I'm addressing the C3 Area 4 vessel caps here for the June council meeting action memo. Good afternoon, council members. Again, my name is Kirill Basarjan. I'm here today representing K-Bay Fisheries Association. I'm here to urge you to maintain the current situation with no vessel caps in Area 4. The removal of vessel use caps in Area 4 has provided much needed flexibility to IFQ participants and has helped to address the challenges facing the fishery. Implementing new vessel caps in Area 4 would unnecessarily restrict the fishery and potentially harm the livelihoods of harvesters and communities that depend on it. As small fishermen, we're already struggling to catch our quota in Area 4, which has been facing unique challenges for many years. We're grappling with difficult market conditions, low prices, and a quota purchase price that's not reflecting the declining quota. It's hard for us to sell our quota, and even when we do, we're having a tough time finding vessels to fish in. Furthermore, National Marine Fisheries proposal to restrict vessels from fishing in Area 4 unless they have already fished in other areas is not only unconstitutional, but also unethical. This proposal would further limit our already limited opportunities and create an unfair burden on us. It's already challenging enough to fish in Area 4 due to harsh weather conditions and difficulty harvesting our quota. Implementing vessel caps in Area 4 would only add to our burden and potentially push some of us out of business. We need flexibility to adapt to the challenge, changing fishery and market conditions. Maintaining the status quo with no vessel caps in Area 4 is crucial for our survival. Instead, I recommend continuing to monitor the fishery and adjusting management measures as needed to ensure the long-term sustainability of the resource. Maintain as the status quo with no vessel caps in Area 4 will allow the fishery to continue operating efficiently and effectively, while also providing an opportunity for further research and analysis to inform future management decisions. I urge you to consider struggles and unique challenges facing Area 4. June, August is salmon fishery. Their whales are less aggressive at that time, but most of the small vessels are fishing sockeye salmon. Vessels going over vessel caps, yeah, well, because there's no participation from small vessels. I mean, there's nobody left in the small vessel under 35 feet to go harvest IFP. There's nobody. I mean, 5, 6 vessels participating out of all these years. We're not like Area 3B or 3A or 2C or 2A. We're very unique in Area 4. We take opportunity of weather windows in such short time, constraints, and small vessels having difficulty to fish in Area 4. Restricting vessels just to fish quota just because we don't fish Area 3, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, if it's gonna blow 80 knots in May, especially in Dutch Harbor, have you guys ever fished there? In May, those hurricane storms come and go so sporadically, it's unbelievable. I've been caught in one by Unimac Island. It was 35 knots, and then all of a sudden starts blowing 80. I almost blew my windows out, almost wrecked my 32-foot boat. I fished there for many years. I know how hard it is. The vessel rate's already at 70-80% to catch quota. The IFQ owners, they don't want to even buy in or even invest in the areas because, I mean, the profit margins are so thin. Leave it as it is. Don't bring alternative. Listen to the fishermen. These are one, and alternative 2, and alternative what? How many alternatives are pushing to the public or fishermen? It's not working. Listen to the fishermen. Take the alternatives out and propose an alternative that works with the communities. And one most important thing is stop the trawlers from taking fish out of Unimac Pass. I mean, they're killing the habitat of all the crab, all the smelt, all these fish that go to Unimac Pass, and we're worried about alternatives of overcapping vessels. Seriously. Add on, I have weather. There was a lady talking about weather and planes and flying fish out. It's so difficult. I mean, fog. Let's talk about fog. It comes in, doesn't leave for weeks. By the time you get the fish out fresh to the fresh market, your fish will spoil if you start relying on airlines, especially in Area 4. Whoever fishes there, whoever lives there would understand. I mean, planes get backed up, back to back. I mean, baggages get backed up. You can't, by the time you get to Dutch Harbor in or out, you get your luggage left out for weeks at a time. And to leave fish unflown and and it comes out of your quota and spoilage, it'll be devastating to the market. Area 4 is unique. Look at Area 4 as something very, very precious. It's an area that is inaccessible to any community member that lives there. I fished there for many, many, many years, and it's getting harder and harder and harder to find fishermen to fish IFQ quota. I mean, if people are concerned about the vessel caps, some guys will go over. I mean, it's okay.
Mr. Pasarja,
Because
I apologize.
because there, yes, I saw it.
I
There's,
you have a
I'll
concluding
conclude.
statement.
I'll conclude. There is nobody to fish vessels. There's no vessels to fish IFQ there to keep on fishing. If there was competition, I understand, but there is no competition. Please leave the alternatives out and leave it as it is. It's simple now. Leave it as it is and just monitor it. And let's move forward how it goes. Forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if anyone has a question for you. Seeing none, thank you very much. So our last testifier is Linda Benkin.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. Linda Benkin testifying for Alpha and our Alaska Sustainable Fisheries Trust. By way of overview, we ask that if you move this amendment forward, we would like to see a more clear identification of the purpose and need, clarification of important differences between areas, and most importantly, that you add an option that allows the vessel caps to be adjusted or not by region for areas, and also the impact of those actions on all other areas. To provide some context to those recommendations, our organization recently completed an assessment of Southeast fishing communities, trying to better understand what fisheries they want to participate in and what they see as obstacles to that participation. We worked with the Sustainable Southeast Partnership, and I wanted to acknowledge their partnership in this work. We learned that the halibut fishery is still a high priority, particularly for rural and indigenous communities, and that the outmigration of access is of particular concern to the residents of these communities. Residents also highlighted the consolidation has really limited the infrastructure that's still available, and that the challenges of reaccessing the fisheries are huge. I wanted to share that with you because of the bearing of that assessment on the Area 4 cap issue in front of you. To quote the vessel cap analysis before you from page 45, the intention of vessel IFQ caps is to limit IFQ consolidation on vessels, which could reduce the number of vessels needed to prosecute the fishery and subsequently reduce the number of available crew jobs as well as opportunities for new entrants. Again, this action has the potential to have a pretty significant impact on consolidation, on entry-level opportunities, and on communities across the Gulf at a time when rural communities are already facing pretty significant challenges to participating in the halibut fishery. We understand that there's some real challenges in St. Paul. We're very sympathetic to that. We just want to make sure that as you work on this issue, you focus in on the problems and you really pay attention what the impacts are to the other communities. To be more specific relative to the purpose and need, we ask that you add the language recommended by the AP to the purpose and need statement. The council seeks to increase halibut catch limit utilization in Region 4 without undermining other council and IFQ program objectives, including providing entry-level opportunities and sustaining participation by fishery-dependent communities. We thought that was a good addition. Again, we recognize the collapse of processing capacity in Area 4B and especially 4CD have created a crisis. We want to find the right solution to that crisis, but we want to do it in a way that has minimal impact on the other areas. We believe particularly with the way the caps are being reconfigured from the testimony I'm hearing and from what the AP has recommended, that the potential for impacts on other areas is pretty significant. We're particularly focused on what the impact would be if you raise the area caps in Region 4. I would just ask that the graphs that are on page 42 that portray the differences between trends in Region 4A and 4B, 4CD deserve a little bit more narrative to draw out what those differences are. And that you pay attention to the fact that trip length is not increasing in 4A, trip duration is not increasing, quota utilization has not increased with suspension of the caps. There are more small vessels participating in that area, and there are a lot of vessels in 4A that are not at the cap, so room for them to expand. Additionally, I think it needs to be noted in the analysis that if the cap is raised in 4A, it's a lot easier, it's a lot less expensive for boats to access that bonus quota in 4A. And I would expect it would actually act as a deterrent from vessel operators running out to 4B or 4CD. So you may actually be undermining your goals of providing more capacity, better utilization in those more remote and more expensive areas to access. So we strongly recommend that an alternative be added at this meeting that allows the council to adjust the caps or not by the different areas within Region 4, which was also recommended to you by the AP. Recognize that that means you also have to adjust what the caps might be if PACE Area 4A is not included. So in summary, just ask that you refine the purpose and need per the AP recommendation, that you add an alternative that allows you to consider whether to raise the caps in 1, 2, or all of the Region 4s, and that future analysis take a hard look at the impacts, especially impacts on entry level consolidation in both Gulf and Bering Sea communities as the outcome of this action. Thanks so much. That's all I have, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Bush has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Bankin. I just wanted to have you clarify it sounds like you're interested in having the analysis look at either all, as it is now, including all Area 4, or taking out Area 4A, or were you suggesting that we should look at the sub areas in Area 4 separately? So have the analysis look at whether or not to include or exclude any of those sub areas, or is it your concern primarily around Area 4A?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Bush, that's a good question. I think you're right that our primary concern is with adding 4A. 4A is much more accessible, straddles the Gulf and Bering Sea. I think it's a very different situation from 4B or 4CD. So if the council chose to lump 4C, D, and B, and 4A, analyze 4A separately, I think that would make sense and may simplify the analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had one question on kind of your assessment of the impacts on communities outside of Area 4. And since you're from Southeast, maybe Southeast, and trying to understand, because everyone's got IFQ, so everybody has access to a certain amount of the TAC, and that's kind of guaranteed. If you can catch it, no one's racing for fish. So I'm trying to understand like the real negative impacts to communities when this action is clearly trying to provide more flexibility and viability for a fishery in communities in Area 4. Could you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. So I guess I would explain it this way. When the IFQ program was first put together, economists told us that what would make a difference in who was fishing in 10, 20 years would be efficiency. And I think what we've learned is it's really access to capital. And by providing additional opportunity for vessels in some areas to stack more quota, to take more people fishing, you increase the capital that boat that vessel has to bring to the table and to use to borrow money to buy more quota in other areas. And while we've seen a lot of consolidation in other areas, I think as you saw in the presentation or as in the analysis, there's still room for more. We've seen a lot of pain and a lot of loss of access from rural communities in the existing amount of consolidation. We're doing all we can to try and restore some of that access, and any additional consolidation just works against those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, excuse me, Ms. Benkin. You mentioned something along those lines in your testimony regarding the interaction between 4A, 4B, 4C, and E, and that including 4A may actually undermine the efficacy of this action on 4B and C, D, and E. Wondering if you could, it's not something I put a lot of thought into, but wondering if you could expand on that a little bit and where you were going with that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it was actually something that fishermen have said to me, like, we understand you want to provide incentive for people to go out to 4B, 4CD. And that's a big part of why we're changing the way the cap is being calculated. It's the goal is to have that work as sort of bonus pounds to get people to go out there to Region 4. But if the bonus pounds are available in 4A. 4A is a lot more accessible. It's a much shorter run. It's less fuel, less cost than going as far as 4B or 4CD. And that in a way you disincentivize people to go all the way to the more remote areas if they can get those bonus pounds in 4A. And I just think that's not something that's come up in the analysis so far, and looking at raising the caps, largely because they're all lumped together, that if we raise the caps, we're going to raise it in all of Region 4. And I think we should take a look at that and whether it really does undermine your goal of helping to address utilization of the TAC out in 4CD and 4B.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony. So that concludes our testimony on C3. Let's break for until 3:15 and come back and see if the council wishes to take action. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. We have finished our presentation and public testimony on C3. What are the wishes of the council? Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I've sent to council staff. My motion reads, the council recommends releasing the analysis for public review with the following revised purpose and need statement and alternatives. Changes are shown with additions and underline and deletions and strike through. Purpose and need. In recent years, utilization of halibut quota in Area 4 has declined. Fishery conditions, including lack of processing capacity, COVID-19 concerns in remote communities from 2020 through 2022, increased killer whale predation, increases in operating costs, and reductions from historical tax have all contributed to harvest below the TAC in the Area 4 fisheries. The council concluded the previous vessel use cap was constraining and recommended removing it for 5 years, from 2023 through 2027, to provide additional flexibility and stability to IFQ participants in Area 4, while a long-term change could be considered. This action is being considered to increase utilization of quota and fishery revenues in Area 4 by providing additional harvest opportunities for vessels that were constrained by the previous vessel use cap, while maintaining the council's objectives for the IFQ program to provide entry-level opportunities and support sustained participation by fishery-dependent communities in Area 4. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, create a halibut vessel cap for Area 4 of option 1, A, 4%, B, 5%, or C, 6% of the Area 4 halibut TAC. Option 2, exclude Area 4A from the vessel cap increase and establish an Area 4B, C, D, E vessel cap of A, 7%, B, 9%, or C, 11% of the Area 4B, C, D, E TAC. Sub-options can apply to either option. Number 1, specify that halibut IFQ held by an Area 4B CQE does not accrue towards the Area 4 vessel cap. Sub-option 2, this action will be reviewed A3 or B5 years after implementation. Clarifications on analytical assumptions for staff. This action is not intended to impact the order in which areas are fished. A vessel may operate in Area 2C, Area 3, or Area 4 in any order. Landings in Area 4 up to an amount equal to the difference between the vessel limit that applies inside and outside of Area 4 does not accrue towards the limit outside of Area 4. This does not change the vessel use limitations that exist outside of Area 4. All landings made outside of Area 4 would be limited by the existing caps, and all total landings would apply to the Area 4 cap. And with a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first like to thank Anna and Sarah for their work on this analysis and taking over the presentation here today, and for NIMP staff for their work on the analysis. The changes to the purpose and need are intended to clarify that while there are several factors that may be contributing to underutilization of the TAC in Area 4, this action is meant to address only one of those factors, and to provide additional opportunities for vessels that would otherwise be constrained by the coast-wide cap to harvest additional IFQ in Area 4. I've also picked up the suggested addition from the AP's motion that acknowledges maintaining the council's objectives for the IFQ program, and in particular, this action is aimed at supporting the sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities such as St. Paul in Area 4. My motion removes the second option to set the Area 4 vessel use cap at 150% of the coast-wide vessel cap, since that option largely fell within the range of caps that are already being considered under option 1. I've instead replaced option 2 with an option that does not include the Area 4 as suggested by public comment. and have adjusted the caps to be commensurate with the cap levels in option 1 using information in table 4 of the analysis. I also removed the language in sub-option 2 regarding that this action would be included in the next halibut sablefish IFQ program review because I felt that was redundant. If the council did not select sub-option 2 to review this earlier, it would naturally automatically be included in the next program review. I've also provided clarification for staff on the assumption in the analysis where the order of fishing was affected based on staff's assumption. I've clarified some accounting in that this action is not intended to affect the order in which vessels fish area 3 or area 4, and that this additional amount that we're allowing to be harvested in area 4 only accrues towards the area 4 limit. Finally, I would ask that analysts provide additional information on area 4E in the public review analysis and the relationships between the alternatives and options for use caps and quota share and IFQ in area 4E. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. See if there are any questions for you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Bush. And I apologize because I'm probably the one that is still hung up on the language, the clarification language. But I just want to ensure I'm understanding that last bullet of the motion. And so my understanding is not that the caps are additive. It's very hard to do without the whiteboard and an example, but that if you, let's say if you fished up to the cap, the vessel use cap in area 3, for example, you could only then fish in area 4, the difference between that coastwide cap and the area 4 cap. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that is correct. If you harvested the coastwide cap in area 3, the only additional harvest you could do in that year would be in area 4, and it would only be that additional amount above the coastwide cap up to the area 4 cap.
And then my second question, a small point, I guess, on your changes to the purpose and need, whether there was a very deliberate language in the last sentence to say and support sustained participation by fishery dependent communities in area 4. I think we're still exploring what other impacts there might be to dependent communities outside of area 4. So I just wanted to understand if that was a very deliberate language or possibly we're looking at sustaining participation for all fishery dependent communities in the IFQ program.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, it's the council's objectives under the IFQ program to support sustained participation by all fishery dependent communities. I guess with the addition of area 4, I wanted to note that this action in particular is focused on supporting those communities in area 4. And that, that's one of the primary reasons I think the council's taking this up. We've heard very clearly from community representatives of St. Paul that this action is needed in order for their community to remain an active participant in this program. But I guess it wasn't meant to not put any focus on communities outside of area 4 in terms of the overall objectives of the IFQ program.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Bush? Ms. Bush, I think you mentioned in your rationale, you had some changes to option 2, some increases to the percentage amounts. I think you mentioned that those are supposed to be measurate with option 1 with the exclusion of 4A, but I just wanted to make sure that that was correct, or if these were additional increases different than option 1.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I used table 4 of the analysis, which showed the individual tax for those sub areas back to 2006 and calculated what the percentages would be if we removed Area 4A. I looked at it across all the individual years and then across all those years combined. And the 7%, 9%, and 11% were meant to be equal to the cap levels in option 1, just with the removal of Area 4A.
Thank you for that clarification. And I'm not seeing any other questions. Are there any comments on the motion? Yes, Mr. Mesro. Excuse me, amendments. Ms. Kimball.
I don't know why I feel strongly about this, but I do enough to offer an amendment, and the amendment would be just to strike the words in area 4 at the end of the purpose and need statement on the last sentence. I think it's very clear and I appreciate the changes. Oh, with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
I do think that the changes that Ms. Bush offered to the purpose and need are very helpful, very focused, and I think it's clear that the action is targeted toward area 4. But I think part of our purpose is ensuring that we're not harming other areas, and the overall objectives of the program are for sustained participation by fishery dependent communities across the coast and providing entry level opportunities across the coast. So I just think it's clear with the intent. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Comments on the amendment? Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'll see if there's any objection. Seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. Any additional amendments? Comments on the amended main motion? Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the amendment, Ms. Kimball. I appreciate the public testimony, and I think I came in here feeling like I didn't really understand how, if there were no caps, that having now that how this action would really be beneficial. And I think through public testimony, it became more clear to me, and really, I guess, I support this motion because if this is what it takes for, St. Paul to take the risk of trying to get their small boats fishing again. I spent time out there at about this time of year when they were getting their boats ready, and I saw myself for the weeks that I spent out there, the excitement that these local residents had in getting their boats ready for the fleet and making them run, and got a chance to hear the stories of them fishing out there in very small boats, and they are brave fishermen there. And I know that not being able to fish for 4 years was probably as hard on them as it is to not have salmon on the Yukon. They rely on those fish the same way. So I'm hopeful that this won't be necessary to be used for CD&E, and that this attempt to get those fishermen back out on the water will be successful. If this is what it takes to give the confidence to take the risk to try what they're trying and have a backup plan if it doesn't, then I'm glad that it's moving forward. And I think trying to get small boat fishermen fishing is an important aspect of the IFQ program. And if it involves making some modification to achieve that objective in that remote area, then in my opinion, it's worth looking at it further. So appreciate the work that was done on the public testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Mesro. Any further comments? Seeing none, that's a hard act to follow, Mr. Mesro, as usual. So let me give this a try. Any opposition to the amended main motion? Seeing none, that passes without objection. Thank you. Any further action on C3? Okay. with that, I think it probably at this point makes sense to break for the day. We have a scheduled executive session. So let's plan to meet on Zoom at 4 p.m. at this point, give some folks time to get back to their rooms. As a reminder to the public, the online or virtual ceremony for Mr. Kenny Down begins at 5 p.m. Alaska time. It is anticipated to start late, a little late, but we will be screening that service in this room for members of the public who would wish to view it here. You can also view it privately. There are flyers with the Zoom link on the table outside of this room. So thank you all. And we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.